lifestyle. Sports cards and we live now. Jeremy Lee in the building and every guest that you ever needed. Sports cards after hours keep the hobby heated. Updates, hobby talk like you never seen it. Sports cards live and none could ever beat it. Sports cards is a lifestyle. Sports cards and we live now. Welcome to another episode of Sports Cards Live with your host, Jeremy Lee.
What is up, everybody? Welcome to episode number 315 of Sports Cards Live. It is Saturday night, June the 6th, 2025. My name is Jeremy Lee. I see Joe in the background, guys. Tomorrow night, there will not be Fanatics Weekly Show, taking this Sunday night off, but we'll be back the Sunday night after, guys. Few announcements, sponsor and partnership shout outs. I want to let you know Leighton Sheldon is always buying vintage collections. Reach out to him at Leighton@justcollect.com. He'll be joining us a little bit later this evening. And auctionwire.ai, proud sponsor here of the show. Go to auctionwire.ai, use promo code SCL for a 60-day free trial. That is 30 more days than you get if you are just on your own. Guys, Mint Inc., delivering the ultimate hobby experience with whatnot streams, auctions, grading, breaks, 2 full retail stores in the Greater Toronto Area, buying collections 7 days a week. There's a link in the description below using promo code SCL5 for 5% off your first purchase. Shop online anytime with worldwide shipping. Mint Inc., where collecting comes to life. And guys, the Front Row Card Show is in Portland, Oregon, June 13th and 14th with 480 tables. And then they're off to Phoenix, June 27th and 28th with 600 tables. Visit frontrowcardshow.com for more show dates and locations. And guys, grading is expensive, ties up your time, money, and assets when it's even open. Get it right with Mr. Minty, offering a full line of 100% substance-free pre-grading supplies, grade preparation, evaluation, and concierge drop-off and pickup services at PSA and Beckett, all designed to help collectors save time and money in the expensive grading process. You can meet Mr. Minty in person at Fanatics Fest, at the West Coast Card Show, and the National in the new dealer section upstairs. For more information, go to mrminty.com, and you can save 25% off products using promo code SCL25. Happy collecting and keep it minty. And guys, Chronozio has their Cards to Cash hobby store program. If you are a hobby store, you can give your customers an easy way to turn their card collections into cash while creating a new revenue stream for your store. Why should you join? You'll earn a 10% commission on every bundle sold. There's no inventory required. Chronozio ships directly to your customers, and you can help collectors and Chronozio helps collectors scan, identify, organize, and sell all their cards online using AI. There's 2 bundles. One is $250. That's the regular. The Pro bundle is $1,500. Both bundles include everything collectors need to quickly inventory and sell their cards online. You promote Cards to Cash in your store. Your customer purchases a bundle. Chronozio ships directly to the customer. You earn a commission. No inventory, no fulfillment, no risk. If you're interested in becoming a reseller partner for Chronozio, contact Jonathan at chronozio.com. Chronozio here with the, get my hands straight, with a K. Chronozio there with the K, everybody. CIA, Collector Investor Auctions, June auction is now live, running June 4th to the 14th. Visit collectorinvestorauctions.com to register and bid in their upcoming auctions. 90s auctions ends tomorrow night, 90sauctions.com. You can check out the episode I did with Joshua Adams, who will also be joining us later tonight. But we did a 90s auctions video just this past week. If you want to sell cards on eBay and you want to skip the hassle and not do it yourself, message me on Instagram and I can help you get your cards listed on Slab Sharks. You can email me at jeremy@slabsharks.com. And guys, this episode is also brought to you by Upper Deck, the Sport Card Expo, Inferno, Red Technologies, ComC, and Card Ladder, with a affiliate link in the video description below. And always a huge thank you to all of our loyal viewers and listeners. If you're not yet subscribed, take a moment and do so. And tonight, your comments and questions will be in play. So let's get to it, and let's bring out Joe Perreault. Joe Perreault, what's up, buddy? Welcome. How are you?
Live from Santa Cruz. It's Saturday night. I'm doing well, Jay Lee. Good to be on, and always a pleasure. Hello to our illustrious chat. And I just want to say last week was one of the, I've been on a fair amount of times, and last week was one of the most fun shows I think we've ever done. I don't exactly know why. Part of it was you. Part of it was your, on fuego moment with, it's, not you. You don't own the hobby. The hobby owns you. There's a way of doing things. But anyway, I'm happy to be here, and let's have a good show.
Yeah, let's do it. We got a great chat already. Welcome everybody who is here. And we're going to say hello. Let me just turn on Instagram. There we go. Instagram is now on. And so, okay, here's what's going to happen tonight. Right now, as you can tell, we've got myself and Joe Perot here on the screen. We are going to be bringing on shortly. Leighton Sheldon's going to join us at the half-hour mark. And then at the 1 hour mark, we're going to bring on Chris Locke. He's a 20-year-old industry veteran. It's going to be a lot of fun. We're going to learn some things from the younger generation. We're going to swap out Joe for David Chase at the halfway mark. And then Chris McGill and Joshua Adams will join us to close out the third hour and overtime. But Joe, if you want to come back, you're welcome to. I know you want after 90 minutes, you might go do the Joe walk, whatever it is you're going to do. You're welcome to join us back here later on.
I might.
We've heard back from the Jackie Robinson patch card guy. He sent another email to me about 4 or 5 days ago after listening to the first time we talked about him and his situation. And so we're going to save that for the third hour. We're going to bring that up at that point in time. But a couple of things I suppose I'll just jump into right now just to maybe call them some housekeeping items, whatever you want to call them. But I do want to, as I mentioned in the shout outs, 90s auctions here is ending tomorrow night, guys. There's like 84 lots. It's a pretty easy auction to run through. Yeah, 84 lots. And I did the show with Josh, and there's some amazing items. I've been on several. Some Yager, some Jordans, some Gretzky's, some Griffey's. It's a great auction. It ends tomorrow. So check that out. Rare Shacks right here, $3,000. And also Collector Investor Auctions, another wonderful auction house that is a sponsor and partner here of the show. Their June auction just opened. And I mean, it's just a mix of so many awesome cards from so many different genres and eras and sports and non-sports. Like it's pretty incredible, the selection over at Collector Investor Auction. So go check that one out as well. And then, I want to remind everybody about the Hangover, which we recorded episode 3, put that out there this past week. If you haven't seen that, it is Sports Cards Live content, guys, but it's not available on the channel here. It's on the Sports Card Clubhouse. If you are not yet subscribed to the Sports Card Clubhouse, please go do that. Not only will you find the Hangover, which is, the Sports Cards Live content, but you will also find content from many other creators. Great stuff over there. So go check that out as well. And from the Hangover last week, we talked about, we talked about the pros and cons, people's preferences when it comes to card companies cutting up historical artifacts, jerseys, bats, these sorts of things to put them into cards. And there was one comment that came from a hobbyist, a community member who I've been aware of and met in person at the National a few times. Ryan McClanahan left a great comment there. And I want to bring that up. We'll do that shortly and sort of dig into that as one of the topics here for tonight, Joe. We'll get into that. And then another pretty cool thing is that the National has dropped their interactive floor map for the show, for this summer show. I mean, it's 2 months away, almost 2 months away now. I think I don't know if it's going to change or not, but it's up there. It's live for people to see. So I've got that shared. I'll show you guys what that looks like. But before we get into any of that, Joe, let's go to the chat. Let's say hello. Join me with that. Chris C, right out of the gate, talks about the Jackie and says, I love that Jackie patch card, but if you give me $100,000, I'm buying both the 49 Bowman and the Leaf plus his 52 tops. Just saying. Yeah, I mean, hey. And you know what's funny about this comment? Not about this comment, but it's funny that the collector who bought that card in justifying it, to himself and even talking to me about it, was talking about what he would do with the $1.3 million that's been spent on other cards and how much Wemby cards are selling for. It's like, instead of spending $1 million on a Wemby, I'll spend $100,000 on this Jackie. And, it's like, we can all make these comments for sure. What's up, Stukes? He says, I'm like Steve Miller on that card. Go on, take the money and run. No. And then he sings it out. Attaboy, Stukes. Very nice. Hello, Bill Betts. Laura, good evening to you. Oh, Mitch Marner with a hat trick. He got traded from the Toronto Maple Leafs to the Vegas Golden Knights, and the Toronto Maple Leafs fans like to think that he doesn't have much to do with Vegas's success in the Stanley Cup Finals or playoffs this year, but he's got a lot to do with it. Absolutely. Confluence, good evening to you. Yeah, after Vegas having 2 goals disallowed early in the second period, they go on to score 3 more. There were 3-0 last I saw. Good evening, Jayhawker. Larry Gitlin, good evening to you. Double O's card guy, Jesse, go Canes. Michael Rader, good evening to you. On card, live at Saturday night. What's up, Yankees fan? Good to see you. Sports Card Reverie is back. Welcome, Orlando. What's up, my friend? Hodges, thank you very much. Charles, welcome. Mookie, I've been waiting all day for this. Attaboy, Mookie. We are here. David Cooey, good evening from Muskegon, Michigan. Vintique says, no card show for me today. Big comic swap here in OKC. Great show in Tulsa. Good to hear. What's up, Skeppy? I'm wearing Chronozio shirt tonight. I had my one-on-one enablement session with Chronozio this week. I'll tell you guys about that another time. Rob Star, what's going on? Stack 5, good evening to you. Outlaws is here, E105. Hey, that's Danny Maringello, Mickey Mintle in the house. That's an Instagram account, Mickey Mintle. Check it out. Welcome, Danny. Pre-war dreams. Good evening. Double V is here. Mike, what's happening? Tony is here. What's going on, Tone? The curmudgeon. Everybody's here, guys. Oh, lots. There's Foul Ball. He's here. Full identity and all. What's up, Foul Ball? Jacob Dahl. Mookie. Joe back in the leadoff spot. He always gets on base. That's right. He does. Surf City, here we come. Illustrious. I'll take it. Chad Shipper. What's going on, buddy? Good to see you. Hello, Mark. Confluence says, I guess David Chase's check didn't clear for the leadoff spot. Nope. We got David Chase. He's sitting on the bench right now. He'll be with us later. What's up, Josh from 90s Auctions? MG, Mr. Manos. Yeah, MG. He says, what's up? Had a good day. Took my kids to the thing called Heritage Park here in Calgary today. It's a great place with the rides and all that. We had a great day. Joe, how about you? MG's asking what's up.
Yeah, there was a big south swell that hit, so I was out there about 7:30, just surfing a little bit, and then I went on a little hike in the Santa Cruz Mountains, and then popped by the New Leaf and got some grub.
Nice. If you're watching on Instagram, come on over to YouTube, guys. That's where the action's at. What's up, Shaheen? Welcome. Found Treasures is here. E105 says the hangover this week was awesome. Glad you liked it. We're having fun with that show. It's crazy how there's just always something to talk about. So appreciate that very much. Peeps, good evening to you. There's Jeff Hart, Patriot Sports Cards. Good to see you, buddy. Mickey Mintle has entered the chat. Hate to disappoint, but I'm going car or house, says Mark, instead of a card, maybe. Nick Chan. Hey, there's Mr. Mike Petty from Petty Central. What's up, Mr. Petskers? What is up? Peeps, Wax Packs. Marner's killing it. Yes. Okay. Oh, man. You guys are on fire. What? You guys just don't want the show to start? You're just going to pepper us with comments. We're not even get to a start here. What day is it? Saturday, recovering from a detached retina surgery. Well, BW, good luck to you with that. Mike Good, good evening to you. Found Treasures, Steamer Lane, BW. I was living in SC when New Leaf first opened. Oh, there you go. Very cool. All right. Got to the bottom of the comments. All right, Joe. First of all, NBA finals are happening. At the end of the conference finals, when Wemby and the San Antonio Spurs advanced to the finals, it seemed like the hobby was blowing up Wemby, IG, Twitter, blowing up about Wemby. Now, they had leads in both games, blew the lead in game 1, blew an earlier lead, I believe, in game 2, lose by only 1 point, which makes you think one more free throw made, one more field goal made, one more three-pointer made. It's a different result, even though that could have changed the course of the game, the strategy in the last couple of minutes when it's all about fouls and timeouts and all that. So you don't know that one basket or a free throw would have made a difference. However, 1 point, doesn't matter if it's 1 point or 20 points. Spurs are down 2-0. Knicks are up 2-0. New York fans are going crazy. What is your what's your pulse on the situation over there in the NBA Finals right now?
Well, I'm very excited for all New York Knicks fans everywhere. The Mecca of basketball, New York City. Understandably, they're enjoying this fully. I'm not completely surprised. I think, it was a slugfest to get by OKC, and then it comes down to matchups. The NBA is about matchups, and the Knicks match up well against the Spurs. They're grown men, they're mature basketball players, and I would say that it's not a question of if, it's a question of when. That's where I'm at with this series.
So we're 2-0 now. Do you think that the Spurs have a chance? Do you think they can get the next 2 games? Do you think I
think they could push it to 6, maybe. Steal 1 in New York, win game 5, and then they go back to New York. But I don't see New York losing more than 1 game on their home court at this point.
Yeah, to steal 2 on the road is crazy in the championship finals. Like
that would be tough. But yeah, it's super exciting. And to be fair to Wemby, he's only 22 years old. I know there's been a lot of excitement around his early success. Most of us thought, he'd be 2 or 3 years away from reaching an NBA Finals. So the hobby, in its interesting ways, gets crazy, goes crazy with Wemby cards. I don't think this isn't disaster, to lose to a team that's won 13 in a row playoff games, I believe. Like the Knicks are on fire. So this shouldn't be an elevator shaft for Wemby collectors. Now, if you were just looking to flip to make a quick buck, then yeah, you might be left holding a little bit of a bag.
Yeah. Interesting to see, but anything can happen in the next game and the one after that. What's up, Fresh Prince? Confluence wants to know what my basketball skills were. He's totally picturing me with a headband. I would need a headband to keep that sweat from dripping down this bald dome of mine into the eyes. But I was never a great basketball player, but I can shoot. I'll tell you that I can shoot. I went 8 for 10 from the free throw line just the other day, actually, last weekend, I think it was. So in the gym here at the community center. So I'm not terrible, but I was never a great basketball player. But hey, I'm glad you wondered. Thanks for asking. Mark's picturing Caruso. Mookie is walking through New York City right now. Knicks fans still climbing lampposts. Bystander says it's over. He thinks the series is done. Charles, though, says Spurs win 4 straight like Giannis in 2021. Mark says it's just going to get worse. Fresh Prince says Wemby has to lose in the finals to become great. He needs that fuel, and they're still a young team. Reminds me of the 95 Magic. I agree. I think losing early in their career in the final, I don't know if MJ lost in the finals or lost on his way to the finals early. I know that the Edmonton Oilers in the 80s, they lost to the New York Islanders, I think twice in the finals, and then went on to win 3 in a row. So, you kind of forget those losing ones and you remember the wins. Petty says Magic choked early too, just like V Stiff. Vintage Oddball says flippers are in Wemby panic mode. Oh, are they ever? Right now they sure are. Because can they afford to wait till next year to see what happens? Who knows? They may have rent to pay. They may need to liquidate some of that right there. Mark says they are all going to lose it if we win it. I'm sure. Minimum price for a ticket for Monday's NBA game is 5 figures, says Stukes.
That's going to be a show. I'm looking forward to seeing Madison Square Garden and the stars out.
It's going to be crazy. Jim says the Spurs are more physically talented. The Knicks are more mentally talented. Growing pains. All right, for sure. Zach says, makes me wonder if OKC would do any better versus New York. Everyone assumed the winner of the West was the champ. Yeah, they sure did. Petty says when Magic threw his air ball on a drive to the lane, he started shooting from outside and got better every year. Maybe V-Stiff will learn the hook shot. He needs it bad. All right. Will we see Mookie courtside with Spike? Lee says Confluence. The Stuke says MJ never lost in the finals. It's the Knicks year, says Yankees fan. Mickey Mintle says if the Knicks win the title, the NBA has officially been completed. Please remove cartridge and power off. Pickup game at the Nationals, says Fresh Prince. Those have happened before. There's been a few of those over the years. True character building for Wemby and the Spurs, says Mark. Zach Pierce says MJ lost in the finals in 89 and 90 before his first title, I think. Yeah, that builds character. It builds the desire to win as well, I think. All right. And hockey's going on. We'll see where that goes. It's 1-1, and Vegas is up 4-0, I believe, right now in Game 3 as we speak. All right, Joe, let's get into this topic. We're going to have Leighton joining us in about 10 minutes. So let's make our way through this topic about cutting up jerseys that we touched on. We didn't touch on it. We talked about it at length on The Hangover earlier this week. So I'm just going to share with you guys what we're talking about is this episode right here of The Hangover. You can see we had 4 of the Sports Cards Live regular crew, Josh, David, Joe, and myself. Just Chris McGill didn't make it. But I want to scroll down to a comment that came in here. It's this one. I thought I knew where it was. Here we are. Ryan McClanahan. I'm going to read this comment, and then we'll talk about it. Ryan McClanahan, by the way, a great collector, somebody who I've met in person at the National a couple times. He's been to the YouTube get-togethers. So here's what he says. I'm vehemently against putting vintage jerseys into cards. I think a lot of people feel that way. He says there are jerseys that are still being found that we had no idea about. Many Negro League jerseys are still unaccounted for, and I can assume many hockey, football, and basketball jerseys as well. Okay, let's stop right there for a moment. And I think he's right. I think there are still jerseys out there that may be found one day, sitting in, who knows, great-grandchildren's collections or grandchildren's collections that just are sitting on them. I think also that a lot of them that do exist are in museums and private collections already. So some got cut up, not all. There are still lots in collections right now. Let's just keep going. He says, and to a greater point, I don't think anyone has made here on the show that we did on The Hangover, he says, is that our sports are often tied to our national cultural identity. And I think that's more true now than ever, right? With sports really permeating into the popular culture in North America. So I think he's right. I think he's bang on with that comment right there. He says, take that away, being, the national cultural identity, and what do you have? And I think that's a good thing to comment on. I think he's right. What do you have? And I mean, listen, sports aren't the only part of national cultural identity. They're one part of it, but they're not everything to do with national cultural identity. But they're certainly a big part, and they're only becoming bigger, I believe, as you define and sort of just review what that is, what the cultural identity is. And then he says, and this won't be a popular take, but I don't think younger collectors today actually care about the players of the past. And I think he's right to an extent. I think there are younger collectors who do. We're going to see one come on the show in about 35 minutes who cares about older players. There are a lot of young collectors who are collecting older players, but there's way more young collectors who are collecting modern players. That is for sure. So I read this comment and I came away with this weird feeling of tension. I couldn't quite nail it, and then I realized where I had the tension in the comment, in Ryan's comment here, and that tension comes from two parts of the comment that I don't know how they mesh, and I'm trying to reconcile it, and that's why I want to bring it up and see what Joe, what you think, and what you guys in the chat think. So on the one hand, what we are saying here, because I agree with everything he's saying. On the one hand, what he's saying here is that, we need to preserve these artifacts to preserve our national cultural identity. But then he's also saying, I don't think young collectors today actually care about the players of the past. So then I think to myself, if the younger generation today doesn't care about players of the past, then what are we preserving these things for? Why are we preserving these jerseys and balls and bats and all these things? I mean, there's already a lot in the Hall of Fames. There's already a lot of stuff in museums. So how much more is going to get ripped up? I don't know. But who are we preserving it for if they don't care anyway? And then I think to myself, well, there's so many people alive today and collecting that do care about those players. Why not give those people the ability to own a small piece of that player's career and their time in the big leagues, that sort of thing? And listen, I'm just bringing this up. I'm just raising the points here. And I also think that, what's done is done. I'm collecting these cards, Joe. I've been buying patch cards, memorabilia cards of old vintage retired all-time greats because I want to own a piece of it. That said, I don't necessarily want them to cut up more. So I'm not saying let's cut up everything that's out there and already preserved. I'm just talking about the concept here. I like what I have. I'm good. I'm good with what's out there. But I'm trying to reconcile those two competing comments that Ryan makes here. Again, what are we preserving it for if the future generations aren't going to care about those older players? Now, I don't think that's true. I think that they do care. I think future generations are always going to care about history, especially the all-time greats, the all-timest of greats. I think that pool of players is going to get smaller as the generations go by as to who is truly going to be remembered. So I'm going to leave all that where it is. I'm going to go to you, Joe, for your comments on this.
Well, let me start by saying maybe it's a way to get them to care. I mean, if you create cool cards, but I'll leave that there for a second. He mentioned that nobody mentioned that it's connected to our culture identity. I guess I assumed that the fact that most of us on The Hangover were sort of saying, yeah, we'd sort of have a problem with chopping them to pieces, here and there, the ones that aren't in museums. But I think all of us were in agreement that they're incredibly valuable, and not just as a collectible, but as something that represents history. And culture and important moments and the progression, evolution of sports. So that said, I kind of, I liked the moment when Josh, talked about the Mona Lisa. The fact of the matter is, I don't think there's going to be too many more pulled out. And if there were, the bottom line is, the threshold for deciding whether or not these things are going to get, commodified in some way by being chopped up and or integrated into some sort of, upper deck or Donruss set is, the cash cow, the crass commerce, as I said on the show. And I think more and more, anything that was found suddenly would probably fetch so much of an auction price that there wouldn't be any fear of worrying about, upper deck, slicing it up. It would probably go either to a museum or to someone's collection. I could be wrong about that. And I don't know, actually, this is a question for the chat. What is emerging right now in the realm of vintage memorabilia? What sets and or companies are producing that or still doing that? I know they have, all these card companies have uniforms, backstock. They have buyers. They have, people that go out and hunt for good mem. But I myself am not aware of what the most recent ones. I know there's Topps Debut. There's a lot of new stuff coming out. I don't know if there's a steady drip of high-end vintage mem that's emerging right now. So maybe the chat can help us out with that.
One of the things I think you were mentioning there that kind of tipped me off is just the values. If a major jersey comes to public auction, and I guess there's a question. The question might be, should a jersey even go to public auction? If we are going to sit here, me, you, and the chat, and we're going to say they should not be cut up, they should be preserved and put into museums. Well, should they even be put up at auction? Because as soon as they're put up for auction, they become financial instruments. They're no longer really a historical. They are also a historical item that people want preserved, but they become an asset. They become nothing more than the current owner's ability to raise funds for whatever reason they want to do so. So now the very valuable item goes to auction. Two things are going to happen. Either a collector is going to buy it and hold on to it in its form and not cut it up. They're going to either put it in a safe, or they're going to display it in their house for them and their friends to enjoy, or a card, and there might be other options, but these are the two we can think of. Or a card company is going to come along. They're going to buy it and they're going to chop it up and issue it in cards so they can sell products. They can sell more products and charge more money for them, and the secondary market will likely eat it up. So where's the problem here? I mean, if these things are worth so much money, should they even be put up at auction? Because if you own a jersey and you put it up for auction, you are risking that it's going to get chopped up. You are risking that a museum or the Hall of Fame is not going to come along and buy it. And aren't these items too expensive for the Hall of Fame now? Are they going to go spend $5 million on a Babe Ruth jersey or whatever the amount is for whoever it is? I don't know. Or will a private collector outbid them and just hold it and then maybe sell it to a card company? Or will a card company come and buy it because they see the ROI?
Well, I mean, how many damn cases of cards would you have to sell to make a product that would get your return on a $5 million jersey? I mean, that's where my incredulity about this emerges. Like, I think 10, 20, 30 years ago, jerseys were actually, I don't know this for sure, but I think quite a bit lower in values. And then that market really started to spike. So in some ways, that's why I love your play of going back and grabbing some of these vintage jerseys, because I think they've progressed and amplified along with the jersey prices that they came from originally. And so in some ways, it's not just the card and the issue, but the jerseys itself have become more valuable.
Absolutely, for sure. And it's an interesting place we're in, because back in the early 2000s, when Upper Deck acquired Lou Gehrig and Satchel Paige and Babe Ruth, and Donruss Playoff and Topps acquired all of these memorabilia pieces, and they did chop them up, they weren't nearly as expensive then as they are now. And for that reason, I don't know that they're going to do it anymore. So then I think these things are going to most often end up in private collections, not often to be seen by anybody until those collectors die, and then their kin, their beneficiaries sell it.
No, and that's that last point you made there. Like, a lot of times, if it's not in a museum, we're probably not seeing it, unless someone brings it to a national and puts it on display. You have certain collectors who will bring their green PMG collection and show it. But, lugging along a Jackie Robinson, pre-major league debut jersey, that's a risky proposition. You probably either that's already in a museum, or the private collector that owns that is not bringing that out in public, and you'll be lucky to see it.
All right, let's go to some comments, because there's lots, and then we'll bring Leighton on. So Rock Latex here says Donruss paid $264,000 for the 1925 Babe Ruth pinstripes jersey back in 2003. It was cut into 2,100 pieces. Okay, really interesting right there. Thank you, Rock Latex. Jim Scholl says, Jay Lee recently talked to a teenage dealer at a show. He is working on a play around of all pitchers who have pitched a perfect game. Very cool. I agree. That is very cool. Mickey Mintle here said, collectors who believe a jersey should be preserved have the same option as environmental activists. Buy it and protect it. That's an interesting point. You don't want them chopped up. Buy it and protect it. Chances are you can't afford it. Many of us can't. Jeff McMahon, welcome to the show. Good to see you. Charles says, what about cutting up of documents signed by legends? Wouldn't the document be more collectible than the card it's placed inside of? It depends. I don't collect documents, I collect cards. So not to me, Charles, but to many people, I'm sure. Yankees fan says, since I can't buy Joe's hat, maybe cut it up and make Sports Cards Live hats. He's not willing to do that. Tony says Golden is selling a very important copy of the Declaration of Independence. Let's buy it, cut it up, and make 250th anniversary American sets. I personally don't like cutting up historical items. Skeppy says, think of it like this. Imagine a crowd of people, all sports fans. You throw a game-used Jackie Robinson item into the crowd, what would happen to it? Do you think they would collectively preserve it? I don't know. That's an interesting way to look at it. Fresh Prince says older players will always be relevant because half these records will never be broken, so their names will forever be mentioned. Yeah, I suppose. Michael Rader says if the item is something unique and rare, then it shouldn't be destroyed into pieces. I mean, I get it, but why? Why shouldn't it be? To preserve the history, right? To preserve the, and again, guys, I don't really care. Like I'm not taking a position on this. I just want to talk about it. Greg is late, but here. What's up, buddy? Zach Pierce says, I believe as you mature as a collector, you start getting into vintage. Some kids today chasing Judge and Ohtani will want mantles. I think he's right in many cases. Fresh Prince said, I'd rather see a jersey intact in a museum rather than a piece cut up in a card. Yeah, that means you got to get to the museum, but I hear you. It's way cooler in its completion, in its complete state. And Orlando said, I agree with Jim. I think, kids today don't know or care about history, but once they learn it, they'll care. Yeah, I think so. Mr. Manos agrees, preserve what we can. Jim Define says, I think younger people would care if they were taught the history of sports. Ken Burns, baseball documentary should be required viewing for young baseball fans to spark interest and appreciation. Mickey Mintle said, not every game used jersey belongs in a museum. I think that goes without saying. I think we're talking about really the greats. Mookie says, support your local museum, please. Peeps Wax. I certainly ended up caring about players of the past. Same here. Stuke says, be it best to keep the items in collections. Most museums get an overabundance of donations. What do? They sell the extra items out the back door. Some go to people that don't care, give them to kids, and kids destroy them. Lots of comments here, guys, on this. Ding Corners, welcome for the game. What's going on? And Orlando says Ryan McClanahan is a great guy. He is. Again, met him in person several times, the guy who wrote the comment. But listen, this is certainly in no way picking on Ryan. I hope that is definitely obvious, just using that as a discussion point to hammer out, again, are we preserving history for a future that won't care? I don't think so. I think the future will care. I really do. I care about players I never saw play. I care about those items. I don't collect the mem, but the cards. I care about that, and I think that would transpose to jerseys and other memorabilia as well. Okay. Leighton, you good to join? Leighton is good to join, everybody. Please welcome Mr. Leighton Sheldon back to the show. How are you, my friend?
Excellent. How are you, Joe? It's good to see you.
Oh, good to see you too, Leighton. I'm doing well. Thank you.
Okay. Thanks, everybody, for joining us tonight. We'll see you all get back here again next week. I kid. Leighton, what do you think about the discussion we've been having here for the last 5-10 minutes as you've been waiting to join us?
I mean, in my heart, I'd prefer they didn't cut up history. You know, the same way that my son just went to Philly on a class trip in 5th grade, and they went to go see the Liberty Bell and all sorts of stuff. And if you said to me they were going to be, hacking that stuff up in a memorabilia and future generations won't be able to see that, I wouldn't love that. As far as though if it's already been done, I'm not so anti-against it that I wouldn't buy a piece of it. So in other words, I do have a Roof flannel jersey card. I have a Jackie Robinson card with a piece of a jersey because I just think it's cool. I didn't hack it up, and I wouldn't have if they asked me. But since it was already done, I took advantage.
Same with me, Leighton. Even at the Toronto Expo last month, I bought 2 Jackie Robinson Fabrics of the Game use memorabilia cards, and I think it's super cool. So it's already been done. It's there. I didn't hack it up. I had no say in the matter, but I bought them because it's done. What's done is done, and I wanted to own a piece of that. I feel like that brings me closer to the game, closer to the athlete, to the sport, and I just think it's really cool. But yeah, I don't want to see this stuff cut up anymore. But the other thing is okay, so a collector buys it, puts it in their collection. What good is that to society and to culture? The fact that they're sitting there only being seen by that collector in his home and the people that he invites over to his cocktail parties and his family and friends. What is the benefit of that to society to lock them up in one person's private collection? Is that any better than the alternative, which is, and again, we're saying not in a museum, a collector. Because as soon as these things go to auction, like if you don't want these things cut up and put into jerseys, shouldn't you also not want them ending up in personal collections because you're hiding them from the population, at least until that guy dies, and maybe in his estate and his will, he says, okay, donate these to the museum. I think someone made the comment that that's usually what happens. I don't know about that. Not when these things are now worth what they're worth. Maybe 25 years ago when they were worth under 6 figures, now they're 8 figures. I don't know if that's the case anymore. So Leighton, what do you think about that angle?
Interesting. Things and times have changed. They'll continue to evolve. But make no mistake, I'd like to preserve history where possible. And if you have the means to be able to take a substantial piece of history like a Jackie Robinson final jersey and own it for a bit, I would say you've probably worked really hard to be able to do that. And I don't think it's up to me or society to decide, if you're able to take your hard-earned money and buy it. But I would say I was just at Cooperstown recently, and there's a lot of philanthropy that keeps that place going. So you and I agree, Jeremy, that I don't know that as many artifacts are, let's say, donated as there used to be. That being said, the contracts that some of these players are getting today are not what it used to be. So what I'm saying is there's a constant flow to at least the Baseball Hall of Fame. I can't speak for the others, but I was just there again for the second year in a row. And, at least have a little insight in terms of the donors and what's happening. And I golfed with Fergie Jenkins this year and last year Riley Fingers. And those gentlemen know that some of the artifacts that they've had in the past are worth a lot, but they're also very cognizant of their Hall of Fame ring, and other things they still have are also worth a lot. I don't know what goes on behind the scenes, but as far as someone's ability to own something, I think that they should have a right if they'd like to. But I also think that there's a good chance, as I think one of the two of you alluded to, or maybe one of the commenters watching the show, that it could end up in that respective Hall of Fame at some point. It might be generations or decades, but I do think it's going to find a good home at some point.
At the end of the day, Joe, any further thoughts?
Well, I mean, I guess the whole conversation comes down to, like, short of you having enough money to buy one of these things, which, now they're in the millions of dollars, it's kind of like the idea of stewardship, right? Like that we as a hobby sort of make a statement that we value keeping these really treasured and prized jerseys together. And I think that's partly what we're doing right now, is we're acknowledging that, we don't want to chop everything up. But by the same token, you can't have it both ways. The hobby is commodified. The hobby does now involve money. And you can say, I don't involve myself in that, but most everybody else does. And these auction houses and somebody finding something in an attic or a basement and bringing it, it's like, are they going to, out of the goodness of their heart, donate it to the Smithsonian? They might, but more often than not, people are going to take the $1 million, right? Like, oh my God, it's a lottery ticket. So I think we have to acknowledge that we can't have it both ways. We can't sort of have our collections and the valuations that we put on collectibles of any type, whether it's a jersey or, a Honus Wagner T206, and say, like, those should be somehow preserved, while at the same time not acknowledge that, people are willing to pay a ton of money for those. And for that reason, they're in a somewhat of a maelstrom of capitalism.
That's where we are right now, right? That is exactly how the world works right now. So couple comments. First of all, hello to Ken Fickle. Alex Bridgeforth says people don't want to buy the jersey, they want a card. Many people want cards. I fit into that category, but a lot of people, Alex, want memorabilia too. Not me, but a lot of people do. MG says only way most of us can afford a piece of these jerseys is hacked up. Absolutely. Alex says, where are you going to see it? One person with a jersey in their attic collecting dust. Yeah, I mean, in many cases. MG says only way most. Oh, that's the same comment twice. Situational. What's going on? Hobby's good. Always good. Stuke says when a baseball park is obsolete, they tear it down and people grab pieces, bricks, seats, and signs from that stadium. That's why I just got up out of my seat, guys, because I went to grab this right here. This is an actual piece of brick from the old barn in Winnipeg where I grew up going to see Winnipeg Jets hockey games. And this is signed by 3 of the old original Jets. I have a letter of authenticity with it, and it sits proudly on my shelf right there. For many years, I've had it. So even I have a piece of one of those. So thank you. I think that was Stukes for that comment. Tony here said, I think card companies have the right to do it, but it doesn't make it right to cut stuff up. They certainly have the right, just like I have the right to take any of my cards and trim it. If I wanted to trim my cards, I have the right to do it. I would never do it. Of course, would never do it. But you have that right as the owner of these things. And yeah, card companies, I agree with Tony, very practical comment here. They have the right to do it, but he says it doesn't make it right to cut stuff up. At the end of the day, these things are pieces of clothing that somebody wore, or a piece of wood in the shape of a bat.
Grab something. Hold on.
In the shape of a bat, right and wrong. I certainly understand the position that it doesn't make it right, but I can see the other side of it too. For people who are okay doing it. And Jim here says, I'm thankful Jeremy even showed us the Jackie Robinson buttonhole card just to say I saw it. Thank you. My pleasure. My pleasure. Leighton, what did you go grab?
So I have some memorabilia as well. I have a Dave Winfield game used bat.
Nice.
That also doubles as a home security system. So it's pretty good. I mean, Dave Winfield is a pretty powerful guy. So Jeremy, you have a brick that also doubles as a weapon,
Yes.
just in case. And I have my Dave Winfield bat with me.
So we're like a gang now. We're like a posse, like we can
Well,
go,
no, but we need, like, Joe, what memorabilia wise do you have that could be used as a weapon? Do you have like a game used golf club? Because that would be great.
I got rid of my golf clubs recently, so I don't have that. I do have an old bat, a minor league, a dinner rock bat. My friend's dad was a major league player in the late 50s, early 60s. And so I came across some bats that he had. So, but not much. And I would just say, when I was about 12 years old, I talked to Dave Winfield from the bleachers of the Oakland Alameda County Coliseum. And he was such a wonderful dude. I mean, he just started engaging me. I was like, "Hey, Dave, how's it going?" He's like, "Oh, I'm doing pretty good." It's really sweet man and a tremendous athlete. So
Yeah.
Minnesota Golden Gophers football, baseball, like 3-sport athlete.
Couple comments, and then Leighton, we're going to get into one of the topics that you present. I'm going to let you pick. I know you had a couple in mind. I'll let you pick which one you want to get into. But David Chase says, good news for the hobby. If I become a billionaire, I'm going to wear my Babe Ruth uniform to every card show so the hobby can enjoy it. What a charitable guy. Like, what
He's
guy, he's a man of the
great
people.
guy.
David
No,
Chase,
it's incredible.
man of the people right there. Rock Latex says, Maelstrom. I know Rock Latex. I had the same thought. Skeppy says, the window of cutting up high-profile jerseys has closed. The cost is far too high now to acquire and cut it up. The product cost would not be for the average collector. I think he's right. I hope he's right. Like, I don't want to see it happen anymore. So, but what's out there is out there. So, yeah, I'm with you on that one, Skeppy, for sure. Okay, thanks for all the comments, everybody. Leighton, let's switch it up a little bit. What's most prevalent on your mind right now in the world of the sports card hobby that we all love and is certainly our lifestyle? Oh, Michael Stone. Hello, Mike. I didn't know that, Michael Stone. I might not remember MGFS. I might not remember, but I'll try to. Thanks, Michael Stone, and I hope you're well, buddy. Okay, Leighton, let's hear it.
So I emailed you a few topics. I'm happy to discuss either, and I texted you an image. Happy to discuss that. You let me know.
Let's do the image. I am going to send that to my email and save it to my desktop and pull it up. So tell the story as I go through that process right now.
Sure. So very recently, our company Just Collect was contacted by someone through Instagram. And I'd have to say that most of at least the leads that come through Instagram tend to be not that great in terms of the quality of the cards. So this one, I didn't know if it would be any different. And it was very vague, but the subtle difference was I have some cards from the 1940s. I'm like, okay, I'm interested. I'd like to hear what you have to say. So
I'm ready with the image, by the way.
Okay, great. So we were messaging for a little bit of time. And I honestly was so awkward. I'm like, you think we could take this offline to, like, a phone? it was very strange because I didn't know who I was talking to. Right? It's Instagram. It could be someone who's 11. They could be 88. I don't know. So we started to chat, and this individual was the son of someone whose father, their father, bought a collection of cards recently from someone else's family who had passed. And the reason why this gentleman knew a little bit about cards is because he collects non-sport cards. And then it turns out his son, which is the person who contacted us on Instagram, collects Pokemon. But there is no Pokemon cards, sadly, Sports Cards Live. So there's no Pokemon cards in this collection. I hate to break your heart.
Wow.
Yeah. So I start to get the information, and the quantity was sharing with me. I was like, oh, maybe I'm misunderstanding. You know, there's going to be like birds and actresses and all sorts of just weird, funky stuff in this collection because, you know, no one really has a collection of almost 2,000 cards from the late 1930s and 40s in sports, certainly that are fresh. And when he started sending me the images, I'm like, oh, 100% of the stuff's real. And I asked him, I was curious. I said, so like, what made you reach out to me on Instagram? It's very important to me to understand like how people find us so I can maybe do it again, right? And so he said to me that his mother was doing research after, you know, her husband acquired this collection from this family. They found our company. The father and the mother debated what to do. Meanwhile, the son does what any younger kid does. He started Googling and, you know, IGing and figuring out, you know, what's the scoop with who we are. And then he reached out on IG with a very vague message, figuring if we don't get back, we're not the place for him. So it goes to show you should really respond to as many of the messages and inquiries as you can, where that's humanly possible for you. So we got the images. I know the stuff's real. And we did a lot of due diligence in terms of the evaluation of the numbers, because this gentleman was talking to some other people as well. So we decided, like we do with all of our other deals, just to put our best foot forward. And you'll see why in a second before Jeremy shows the image. So in this collection, there's a little bit of non-sports, which we'll talk about at the end. But what they wanted to start with was almost 2,000 sports cards from the late 1930s to 1941. So if you can figure out what sets are from that time period, it's largely play ball cards, right?
I'm going to show. I got to show it now that you're talking about what they are.
Oh, okay. Right? So the highlight of the collection, because Jeremy seems very antsy to be showing this photo.
Well, I'm staring at this image.
I understand.
I'm drooling here.
There's a total, which is completely insane. It's the largest accumulation of this type of cards from this era that we've bought. There are 39 total cards of Joe DiMaggio and Ted Williams. So if you take a look at the cards, obviously the black and whites, meaning the play balls from 39 to 40, it might be a little bit tougher to tell. But when you get to the 41s, what happens is because these cards have been out of circulation for decades, if not more than that, the color, albeit the grade is low, the color is phenomenal on the 41 play balls. So this is an absolute highlight of the collection. And in some cases, which is really funky, like on the 1940 high numbers from play ball, you know, there might be like 9 cheap benders. And I don't know what this means, but there was only one Shoeless Joe Jackson. So the Shoeless Joe Jackson's from 1940 play ball. And this image was really the highlight of the collection. It was the 39 total cards of Ted Williams and Joe DiMaggio. And we're real excited that we were able to acquire it from this family.
Oh, I'm really excited. Of course,
well, yeah,
you are.
Man, I worked my butt off. It was like we had to value hundreds of cards, and then like we're negotiating. He's talking to artificial intelligence, Gemini, and this and that. And I said, listen, man, if you want to talk to humans, you can come down to my office, you know, and I'd be happy to talk to you. So there was a lot of back and forth, but I really do appreciate that we had the opportunity to, if you will, evaluate it and be first, and then close the deal. Because I explained to him we really wanted it. I paid a little bit more than I wanted to pay, but I thought it was a really important collection. And Jeremy, you're going to love this. I was going to wait till the end. This is not all of it. We bought a tiny bit of non-sports, but oh my God, there's a near complete set of 1940 Superman cards with a number one, with an extra number one. But that's what this gentleman collects is the non-sports. So we're going to see what happens in the future. He certainly has my number, and if you're watching, come on down anytime you're ready to sell them.
Unbelievable. Yeah. So for anybody listening, the image is on the screen right now. You can see it on YouTube, but Leighton just described most of the cards, and it's incredible seeing like 4 1939 Joe DiMaggios beside 2 Ted Williams play ball rookies, and then you got the DiMaggio 40s below, and then you got the 41 color and the 41 Ted Williams, 3 DiMaggios, 3 Ted Williams. And then all these cards along the bottom, which I'm not very familiar with.
Oh, 41 double plays.
The double plays.
I mean, they're not the easiest cards to get, but this collection, for whatever reason or another, there was an incredible quantity, as you can see. And in some cases, we had like 11 Mel Otts. It's pretty wild.
Incredible. Well, congrats on the collection. So let's transition from this into one of the topics that you emailed me about, which was with PSA pausing their lower level tiers. Where are you going? What are you going to do with these, Leighton? Are these going to be worth submitting in the tiers that are still open? Are you in a rush to get these slabbed up so you can sell them at the National or the Philly show or the upcoming shows? What are your plans for these? And when you answer that question, talk about, what you think, how you think you're going to be handling the pause and how other people are doing it as well.
Sure. So I think that was one of the questions I'd email you about, is I wanted to ask vintage collectors, I guess I could see why you led with this, is if you end up in a situation where you want to grade some cards on the value service as a vintage collector, what are you going to do these days? And so with this particular collection on the more expensive cards, we're still going to, send them to PSA. And on what I would say is like the, Mel Otts and that type of, player, meaning excellent Hall of Famers, but they're going to be in the grade ranges of between 2 and 3 or 2 and 4 largely. We're going to submit them to SGC, provided SGC doesn't shut down their bulk service next week. And so, that's our plan for the immediate future. But I did email you, and I am curious of the community. So as a vintage collector right now, with PSA shutting it down, are you directly going to SGC? But it's more so if SGC closes down, are you going to take a pause? Are you going to try someone new like CGC? And I am genuinely curious because I've never graded with CGC, but I don't really have a good reason as to why, other than PSA sells for good money and SGC sells for decent money. So those are my thoughts.
Yeah, it's a good question. So before I answer, Joe, what were when you first saw this image hit the screen, what went through your mind?
I love it. I mean, this is, the treasure hunter, narrative brought to fruition. I just want to, you mentioned the color, and there's 2 cards that particularly stand out to me. And the interesting thing is they're one's right above the other. It's the 41 play ball Ted Williams with that incredibly vivid orange, third row down, and the third one from the right. And then directly, but that orange, go back, and the shadow that casts. I mean, so this is an example where I don't mind that card's off center because it's such exceptional color saturation. And I just wanted to point that out. I don't have a whole lot more to say. I also liked all the DiMaggios are great, but the one right above it looked particularly purple there and green as well.
Yeah. It's a killer. It's a killer. When I first saw it, my eyes just they popped out of my head when I received that text message from Leighton earlier today. So Leighton, your question of what are you doing? What are you doing now that they're paused? What are you doing for your grade? I'm just going to continue doing what I always do, Leighton. That's buy cards that are already graded. You know what I mean? So that's the easy answer for that. But that's how I'm going to play it because I don't have anything to get graded anyway. I'm not in the same shoes that you are or many other people. So, but we do have some answers from the crowd. First of all, Yankees fan says these kind of finds make the hobby so much fun. Orlando says that you're broke now, Leighton. R.W. Jones is here for Locke. That's Chris Locke, who'll be joining us here shortly. Michael Rader says PSA will take their time regardless. Michael Stone says directly going to SGC. That's what For the Game says as well. SGC. So does Orlando say SGC. Skeppy says this photo is a great example of how much quality raw vintage cards are still out there. Laura says SGC. Chris C says hello, everyone. And we all say back to you. Hello, Chris.
Oh.
Michael Stone has used CGC for vintage. I think they grade half to 1 point higher. So a little bit of feedback there. Anyone considering to do that? Greg says Leighton officially has the best job on earth. No doubt. No doubt. Yeah, eye candy overload, says Jim. Absolutely. Jim, another Jim says SGC, and Alex Bridgeforth says tag, but tag doesn't grade vintage, so that answer does not apply when it comes to the vintage, which is what we're talking about right now. But he says just kidding. Okay, you're right. That would not work. Yeah, listen, it's interesting, Leighton. It's I don't know.
Well, can I ask a question? I mean, Leighton, one option obviously is to keep it raw. How, in your experience, has that fared? And do you anticipate that the market might be more amenable to raw cards right now because they would understand why you wouldn't have just rushed them off to PSA like you normally might have?
So I think in the case of the cards you'd submit, Joe, it's a great question. At the value service, I'm absolutely going to take some of these cards, meaning the Hall of Famers, maybe even some of the commons, but the Hall of Famers that, let's say, I would have slabbed on the value bulk level at PSA. I'm happy to send orders. And without divulging too much, I have several now that are approaching, I believe, over 4 months on the bulk side. And so I am just looking at as to when I might get these cards back, I would submit. And so at the end of the day, I am going to take that approach that, whether it be a Carl Hubble, right, or a Jim Bottomley, or just these random Heine Manouche, guys that are not going to be super duper, big dollars that are worth submitting at the whatever the express level, $80 and above. I'm going to potentially take some of those, Joe, and retail them or put them out for sale at the National. But most definitely on the more expensive ones, I'm still going to slab them, mainly just because I want to make sure that people know what they're getting. Yeah. Nothing's high grade in the collection, as you saw. Some of the color is great, which is fantastic. But that's what I'll do with the the lower end cards. And to be fair, the lower end Hall of Famers, some of them, I've already started a box. I'm anticipating I'm probably have thousands of cards that whenever PSA reopens, that I'll be willing to submit. But they're vintage, so it's a little bit different, meaning I'm not so worried about who wins the NBA Finals or, what's going to happen in the World Cup or things of that nature.
So you are saving cards for PSA reopening those service levels?
Yeah, but the kind of cards I'm saving, for example, right now.
But you are saving some, though. You are going to save.
Yes. Yeah. Oh, definitely. Okay. I'm saving. I have some really nice 33 Gaudy baseball that I can't afford to pay $80 a card.
Yeah.
But a 33 Gaudy common and a 5 is a good card.
Sure.
And it is much less in terms of demand, which obviously means the value's less in SGC. And I love the SGC black bordered holders, but the PSA set registry is very strong on 33 Gaudy, on 06s, on 52 tops. And so those are the kinds of cards, Jeremy, I'll probably have to just hold on to for a bit.
Yeah, makes sense. Absolutely. We are going to switch up the topic here. We're actually going to bring Chris Locke on here in just a couple of minutes. So, Joe, you want to jump in with something?
I was just curious. I do hope I get to, see some of these cards on your table at the National. And what I'm curious about is, do you, on those cards that you're holding, do you tend to bring those along in case somebody asks and says, I'd be happy with a raw if you had it, and pull it out? Or do you just seriously tuck those away and know that the value proposition for this particular card, it needs to just be in a time when you can get it graded with the appropriate service level and turnaround time?
I'm going to leave them at home, but the main reason I'm going to leave them at home is we just have a lot of inventory. If we didn't have a lot of inventory, for example, Joe, I think it's a great question. I've had other people I've seen do this. There's dealers that'll say, hey, I was about to submit to PSA. Here's, 16 cards. These are the prices. If not, I'll just send them to PSA. And they're not joking. They're not bluffing. And I think that's also very reasonable. We won't bring it just because there's a lot of stuff that we have anyway. And,
I just want to underscore, I find that incredibly sexy, like a new find that hasn't had time to be graded yet. And, whether or not it's top shelf condition wise, you can usually find a few examples that have something exceptional about them. And that's one of my strategies in vintage, is some quality that is above and beyond what you normally see for the issue. Well,
Joe, it sounds like you'll be able to talk yourself into buying some of these 41 play balls from us. So step on
Yes.
down to our booth and come see us in Auction Wire at the National.
Or maybe the 39 DiMaggio. But those are going to PSA. Okay.
All right. There was some back and forth in the chat about whether or not you can buy and sell raw vintage, or if it needs to be graded. But Jim here says the raw card revolution might be underway as we speak. Orlando would definitely buy them raw. So there's all sorts of positions. I'll let you guys do collect how you want to collect. We can argue about it, but collect how it works for you. And the people like Leighton who are buying raw cards and are submitting them for grading will do what's best for their business and their customers. And I think that makes the most sense. Joe, really quick.
Last point, especially from a trusted dealer who accessed it directly from a sort of find, if you will. I love the possibility of buying raw cards of these natures.
All right, good. Okay. We are going to bring on Chris Locke, who's a 20-year-old hobby veteran. Leighton, do you want to stick around for a bit? You might have some fun. You're welcome to. I know we had you scheduled for half an hour, but depending on your time, are you able to stick around for a few more minutes?
Yeah, stick around for a few more minutes. Yeah, absolutely.
All right, guys. Chris, give me a thumbs up if you're ready to go. We'll hold it high because you're behind my camera. There he is. All right, guys. We're bringing you on. Please welcome Chris Locke for the first time ever to Sports Cards Live. Chris, welcome. Say hi to Joe and Leighton.
How's it going? Nice to meet you, Leighton. Nice to meet you, Joe. Thanks for having me, Jeremy.
You bet. It's good to have you, Chris. So it's funny, guys. I feel I've known Chris for a little while. I've been on Zoom calls with his father, having some business calls, and Chris has made the odd appearance when his father, Scott, has said, "Hey, Chris, come say hello to Jeremy." We've said hello. And this just happened, I think, yesterday or the day before. That exact thing happened. And his father, Scott, goes, "Hey, maybe," I think, Chris, I think what happened is Scott said something like, "Hey, maybe you should have Chris on your show." I'm like, "Is he free on Saturday? Are you free this Saturday?" Because we had someone drop off. It's like, okay, sort of a perfect timing thing. So, Chris, it's good to have you on the show. How are you? What's going on? Like, I'm sitting here looking for my notes from our discussion and I found them. But anyway, I just want to say welcome to the show. It's good to have you. And why don't you tell everybody a little bit about your hobby history? How did you get started? When did you get started? And we'll go from there. But let's start with your origin story, if you don't mind.
Oh, of course. I mean, it all started 10 years ago. Well, 10 or 12 years ago. Me and my brother, we were big into Pokemon cards at the time, as most, kids around that age were. And as I started to get older and, and get into more different things in life, sports was something that really, struck my interests. And as someone who, had aspirations for collecting all sorts of things, the first question I asked my dad, do they have these for sports? And of course, as someone who had collected in the 80s, early 90s, he was like, yes, of course there is. And, that led down a pretty big rabbit hole. And I remember it was 2013, we made a trip to Target and we were busting through some 2013, 2014 NBA hoops. And I had lucky enough to pull a Chris Bosh autograph, and super relevant at the time because we had the finals on the TV. And, it sprung from there. And since then, we found our local hobby store, which was in Sterling, Virginia at the time. And, going from retail to hobby packs, doing it as a father and son, as a family. And over time, it just built up and up and up. And come, 2017, 2018, you're ripping cards, you're listing it on eBay, and all of a sudden you're at, 6 figures worth of sales. And it would be about time to spin up a business at that point. So since then, I've been buying and selling single cards, ripping open packs here and there. Try not to as much.
But you like you said, time to spin up a business because you were buying and selling. And when you're buying and selling, and I want the audience, the chat to kind of, and the listeners to understand your angle and really, kind of where you would fall on the hobby spectrum. Are you more on the purist, nostalgic, precisionist side of things, or more on the down by the builder, the operator, the tycoon? And a lot of collectors, we dip our toes in both ends of the spectrum. I can be a very nostalgic collector, but I also am an operator buying and selling cards, and it's fun. So when you are buying and selling cards, are you also a collector to the point where you're buying and selling cards, taking those profits and buying cards for your personal collection? Do you have a personal collection?
Oh, yes, I do. And 100%. I try to dip my toes into, each and every aspect of when it comes to the hobby. Buying and selling cards as a 20-year-old kid in college, to be able to make myself some money, but to as well, give into my addiction, give into my habit of collecting awesome cards. And I try to mix it up well. The goal right now for myself, of course, is to kind of, get a established business under my feet to get myself in the game, as well as afford some cards I've been dreaming of for a long time and upgrading the ones I have right now. But I try to hit all aspects. It's all growth right now, and it has been for the last 8 years full time doing this.
Yeah. So Joe and Leighton, I'm going to ask Chris to tell us, because he's already been working in the hobby. How old are you, Chris?
20.
He's 20 years old, guys. He's 20 years old. He's on his third job in the hobby. So to me, that just tells me that he's got experience. He's learned things along the way. Tell the audience and the panel, Chris, a little bit about the jobs you've had, where you worked, and what you were doing in each of those roles, so they get an idea as to what sort of experience you have here at the young age of 20.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So at 15, I got my first job in the hobby, and that was at Alt. At Alt, I was a pricer on the back end. So before they switched to automated pricing, AI pulling from all sorts of things, the stuff that couldn't catch, I was in there having to do it manually, and it was super fun. Getting in there, seeing the cool stuff that people have hidden away. I had some great opportunities to do some of Alexis Ohanian's Serena collection, which was pretty awesome to do. Going through the back end, being able to price, being able to identify the things their system couldn't pick up at the time. And then my second job came to at DC Sports 87. That was about a year after my stint at Alt, which they needed full-time people. I was a part-time kid in high school, so I transitioned into my next job there, where I did a lot of the consignment titles for their listings before AI took that job. So for now, I find myself working at the local hobby store in the area, Continental Cards, where I'm there part-time as well.
Awesome. And do you aspire to work in the hobby? Are you in school now? What is your vision for your future, Chris? Does it include working full-time in the hobby? Would you like your career to be in the hobby, or do you expect to go out and be a lawyer, an accountant, a dentist, a doctor? Like, what are your career plans right now that and it's funny, Joe, Leighton, I mean, we're all much older than you, Chris. And so we know that what you aspire to be when you're 20 can be a lot different. It can end up being a lot different once you get there to 30, 40, 50, 60 years old. So, but where do you see yourself headed right now?
Oh, man. So, yeah, I'm in school right now. I'm over at George Mason University. I'm in my third year. My goal, the ultimate goal, is to one day have my own store, have my own hobby shop, which I have lots of aspirations for. I have big dreams. Every single business project I've had in my last 3 years of school have been about, all the things that go into, owning a hobby shop, the costs, the finances, what you need to make it happen. It's all been in my mind for the past, 3 years. And I do aspire, after this is done, hopefully in the next year or two, to have my own store, ideally with my dad, do it together, build up something pretty cool, pretty innovative, and, bring people together.
Yeah, well, that's great. I have more questions. I want to go to Joe and Leighton and just ask you guys, what questions would you have for a guy like this? Not only what questions would you have for a guy like this, but Chris, Leighton is full-time. He's a professional baseball card treasure hunter. By the way, Leighton, I think I've said that more lately than you have about yourself. But I
like it. It means my marketing's working.
Yeah, I love the line for you. But to Joe and Leighton, what questions would you have for him? But not only that, what advice might you have for him? And maybe we'll start with you, Leighton. Joe, try if you have something in mind, great. But let's start with you, Leighton, because you are in the business. You've been in the business your whole life. You might be and you have a bricks and mortar store. So, Chris, you might have a question for Leighton directly. I want Leighton to ask you a question or give you a piece of advice right now. I want you to think what you can ask him. And Joe, whenever you're ready, just put up your hand like you always so politely do, and let me know what you're thinking. But let's start with you, Leighton.
Sure. Well, first, I'm glad I stuck around for a few minutes to meet you, Chris. Really phenomenal. You're very well spoken. You handle yourself very well for a 20-year-old,
Thank you.
young man. So, if you ever need to chat or you have some questions for me offline, I'm easy enough to reach. I wish you and your dad the best of success in starting a store. And I think you already have the right idea. Meaning, you're in school, you're in the third year. You've been thinking about it in a very serious fashion. It sounds like you're trying to think about the costs, how you're going to do business, how you're going to separate yourself from the pack. And, honestly, I don't want to offer you advice unsolicited. I'm not a big believer in that. But if you did have anything in particular you wanted to ask me, here on air, I'd be happy to answer. But it sounds like you're headed, down the right path. And I'm real excited for you to have a goal in mind that you want to achieve. And to be clear, when I was 20, I had a couple other goals. Like, I wanted to play for the Yankees. I wanted to be on the Jets. I had a feeling it wasn't going to work out, but man, there was not the opportunity. And I don't want to sound like an old, fella right now, but it's changed a lot. I'm excited for you that it has, because it means that for my son, who is younger than you, my son's 11, but if my son ever does decide to, go into this space, whatever that means, there's gonna be a lot of options for kids like you and him. And so I'm excited for you guys and to see where you run with it.
Oh, thank you so much. I mean, the kind words are very flattering. I appreciate it. A question for you. I personally, I always think of ways in my head to, what would make, the hobby better for everyone, and especially in a store. Working in a storefront, I try my very best, the 8 hours I'm there as an hourly employee to provide the best experience possible, for the people who come in every day. And I guess my question for you, Leighton, would be, what do you think that is? What do you think right now that a hobby store would need to provide, the best experience possible for collectors or anyone who just steps foot through that door?
Nice question.
It's a great question. And I think I start with having them feel like it's their home away from home, and that they're comfortable and it's enjoyable. Meaning, like, they're not a mark. They don't come into their store as a local mom. You're like, oh, that's $100 bill, right? Or Freddie from down the street comes in. You're like, oh, wow, look at my chops. He's going to sell me stuff. If you treat people like you're going to be there for a long time, they're going to feel that. And it's going to be a lot easier for you to do business.
Mm-hmm. Gotcha. Yeah, no, I think that's great. That's a great answer. Yeah, I really appreciate it. And of course, it would be an honor to be able to talk with you, brainstorm ideas and just get advice. I really appreciate it.
Chris, are you going to be at the National?
Yeah.
You'll be there. Well, Leighton is late. When you walk in the main end, you walk in the lobby, you go in the main doors on the right-hand side. You just go, actually, I'm going to do one better here. I'm going to actually show you in a moment where Leighton's booth actually is. So just bear with me. And I'm going to do that because, hey, I can do it because we have the live and interactive map from the National right here. And this is awesome, by the way. This is by Ludex. Yeah. This is a really cool. I've never looked at this before, but you walk in here. Here's that sheltered kind of drop off. You walk in the main lobby over here, and then you head straight up this first aisle. I believe, if I remember correctly, Leighton's booth is it this one right there?
It's like right around there.
Right there we go. Just Collect 301 and 303. There's where Leighton will be set up. The National, guys. That's where you can find Leighton at Just Collect and
Auction Wire.
And Auction Wire as well. This is the upstairs, which is, people who don't know, you can see it's really been. It used to be the same amount of tables in half the space. Now they have that whole width of that upstairs room. So that's going to be awesome. But again, you can find Leighton right up over here and Auction Wire 301 and 303. 301 and 303 for Just Collect and Auction Wire. So, by the way, Chris, just so you know, Leighton's business is called Just Collect, in case that wasn't obvious to you. Leighton, I'm glad you stuck around too for that. Joe and Leighton, you feel free to just, if you got to go, that's fine. Stick around if you want.
Well, I want to hear what Joe has to say, but then after that, I was going to run. But I'm really glad I was able to connect and to meet Chris.
Absolutely. Joe, what do you think? What do you think of Chris? What you want to tell him?
Oh, I don't got nothing to tell him. I got questions though. I got a lot of questions.
Go ahead.
One's a fun question and one's a more serious question. So I'll start with the fun question. Aesthetically and your own personal taste, Chris, I get the sense that you're, you like basketball. I can see the Antetokounmpo jersey back there. I think there might be an Ant jersey behind your head. I can't quite see. Is that Ant?
Yeah, it's Bankero, and we got Vince Carter right in between.
Oh, okay. Oh, there you go, representing Vinsanity. Okay. My question for you aesthetically, as someone that dabbles in the ultra modern myself, do you prefer gold vinyl or a true black prism?
Oh, give me the true black prism all day. I am a sucker for a black prism. It's, I think, by far and away, historically, outside of the gold, Panini's best parallel. Gold vinyls, it transfers over from tops, back from early 2000s, so it has somewhat of a historical significance. And I wouldn't mind one either, but to me, the black prism has always, stuck out to me, especially, when some of the first hobby boxes that we started opening were 17, 18 prism, and that was the chase. So it is a little sentimental to me as well.
Well put. My more serious question, and I appreciate that. It's a little hobby heuristic to kind of like, which direction do you lean? My more serious question is, so given that you've worked at two pretty significant, organizations, namely Alt and DC, I'm curious about your brick or mortar. When you weigh the options of something online versus something that is more of a brick and mortar, what goes through your head, and why does at this moment it seem more compelling to open a brick and mortar?
I think the most important part of the hobby is being able to hold things in hand, from person to person, from eye to eye. I think those are the two most important things that there are. You can do both, right? You can do online, you can do brick and mortar, which would be the ideal combo right there. But I think the hobby is all about in-person transactions. When you go back, as far as the 40s, 50s, 60s, like historically it has always been there, right? The person-to-person interaction, to be able to feel, a card in your hand like this, I think is what drives people to really love and want to, dip their toes into the beautiful hobby that we love. And, that to me is what it's important, seeing people's smiles, seeing people, have just genuine joy and having, the love of something that they could, either escape to or, it's just a pastime, right? I think that's the most important part, and that's what compels me to kind of lean more towards the physical brick and mortar route rather than online.
Awesome. Thank you. Great answer.
Yeah, of course. Thank you for the question.
Good stuff. So far here, Chris. Alex Bridgeforth asks, what do you collect yourself, Chris?
Well, I have a nice pile of stuff in front of me, if you guys don't mind me sharing. So my main interest in what, I think is, as you guys were talking about earlier, game used memorabilia, game used items. I have a few here. I sold my best one, unfortunately, about a week ago today. So I have a picture on my phone, but I love game used patch autos in basketball, on card game used patch autos. It's something you can't replicate. Panini makes so many different tops now. There's so much manufactured scarcity out there. On card autographs and game used patches, I think are forever. They will live. They come off right off the backs of these guys. They hand sign them. It's all there. It's Kyrie's one of my favorites as well. That's my main lane. That's what I really enjoy. And I'm not an ultra modern guy. I don't like kabooms. I don't like downtowns. If you ever catch me with one of those, I probably didn't buy it. It was someone else. It wasn't me.
Why? Why don't you like those, Chris? Is it the aesthetic? Is it the community around them? What don't you like about them?
I don't like how people think they're rare. They're just not rare. You go to a show and you see one at every table, and it gets pretty tiring, right? It's the same 20 players in a set. You go to a show and you see, cards like, as I just showed, I feel like those are much, bigger eye catchers. They're nice, they're shiny, they're cool, they're liquid, obviously. But it's just, the pop on 2024 paper kabooms for football, I believe, is 60 to 70,000 right now. And to me, you know, I just don't like it. You know, I'd rather have the rare stuff. I'd rather have the cool stuff, at least to me. And that's where I kind of stand. And
hold on before, because I want to give you a layup here before you show your next lane. And I really want to make sure that we tie this back to the conversation we were having before you even joined about, you know, will younger collectors care about older players? Where do you fall in the world of vintage? Tell us, do you like vintage? Do you collect vintage? I have a bit of insight here into Chris. I've talked to him already. So for me, it's a bit, you know, it's rhetorical, but speak to vintage and let us know your thoughts on it, please.
I think 1961 Fleer basketball is the most underappreciated set of all time.
I know I liked you, Chris. I knew there was a reason I stuck around, man.
The amount of, I mean, when you look at the checklist here of Hall of Famers, absolute legends, I mean, you could buy a Wimby Silver right now for the same price as a Wilt Chamberlain rookie card.
Yeah, let's see that Chamberlain again. What does that look like? You got my interest here.
It's all right. I mean, it's a 4.
I can't see. Is it centered?
Sorry,
I can't tell.
It's not your light.
Right?
Yeah,
okay.
It's just hard to see it, but yeah, but it's okay. It's okay, Chris.
It's great.
It's little bit OC, but really OC. But you know that it's some of my favorite stuff. I think it's super underappreciated, and when you look at the modern market today, Wembanyama's a great player, but the fact that you can get, you know, a real a piece of history, and 2 of one of an established go to the sport, you know, whether you think he scored 100 points or not. I mean, you can't beat that to me. You know, same thing with the, you know, 1980 Topps, the Bird Magic, Dr. J. This is a great card. You can't beat, you know, a Fleer Jordan. Can't get enough of those. It's the most iconic card in the hobby. You know, that's a little bit, you know, I like all eras, you know, 60s, late 90s. You know, I like the kind of the chrome refractors of the legends. There's Dirk right there. And then when you get into the early 2000s, you know, I like to stay kind of in the lane that I grew up in. You know, I love LeBron. I love Steph. Giannis is one of my favorite players ever. And I try to collect, you know, those guys who have already cemented themselves as greats of the game, but are still relevant and, you know, they're still playing at a high level today, although they're not retired. But that's kind of my thing. I have a few other ones I can show.
Go ahead. Show a couple more cards. So
This is, I think, my current best. It's hard to see in the lighting, but, you know, a 2003 Topps Chrome LeBron James X-Fractor. These were numbered out of 220. I think the most underappreciated parallel of that year of Chrome, you see the blacks out of 500 and the golds doing astronomical numbers. The X-Fractor's right up in there. Getting into more modern stuff, one of my favorite sets of the 2019 contenders, these Kobe Bryant tribute autographs. Great set. I mean, he signed these all on card, big, beautiful autographs. And it truly, you know, I think is just a beautiful all his highlights of his career, you know, in one set, I think is just beautiful. And 2019 was, you know, close to the time he passed, and I think when that set came out, it was truly a beautiful, you know, kind of just the total of his career in a set of cards, I think, is wonderful. And then I guess my last couple I'll show. Giannis 2013 Immaculate rookie patch auto numbered to 10. We'll see where he goes. I hope he gets traded. And then my last one that I have to show is one that me and a couple buddies just picked up recently. It's not so much into my lane, but, you know, he's a local guy in these parts in the DMV area. But a Jaden Daniels Gold Prism rookie PSA 9, which is one of the highest graded copy, or it is with the highest graded copy. It's a Pop 4. But yeah, no, that's kind of my lane. That's kind of what I love, what I enjoy. And yeah, thanks for letting me share those.
Yeah, for sure. I want to ask you a question now, Chris. You love patch cards, you love patch autos. Where do you fall on, especially in basketball? Well, not especially, I guess, in basketball and many other sports. a lot of patch autos, the patches are not game used. They're photo shoot, or they're just miscellaneous unknown. You don't know where they're from. Are you interested in only game used patch cards, or are you okay with non-game used patch cards? Are you okay with photo shoot? And then it comes down to RPAs, which rookie patch autos are often non-game used. So do you collect RPAs? What are your thoughts on the game used versus non-game used memorabilia patch cards?
Oh man, I think game used patch cards are the best attribute in the hobby. I currently don't, besides Giannis, I don't really have too many player worn stuff. To me, when I flip that card over, game use is what you want to see. And I think anything other than that in the grand scheme of things is inconsequential, right? It has no true meaning, especially, you know, in the hobby where people want to be as close to the game as possible. The rookie photo shoot ones, kind of when you look back to like 2018, 2017, when those were kind of the standard on the back, per post 2019, 2020, it changed to not from any specific game or event. Those are interesting. I mean, I had my fair share of those through the years, but I feel like as I've kind of, you know, matured in the space, in the hobby, game use is, you know, I think what people want, and I think that's what companies should be putting out. And I think as basketball collectors, we've been spoiled to, you know, have most veterans game used, rookies and flawless are game used. And I think the flawless RPA should 100% be worth more than the National Treasures RPA, because when you look now at how many parallels there are, how you know how saturated it's really become, and you kind of line up the two sets, the amount of cards that they have, the signs are all there for flawless to be worth more. But I feel like the hobby's direction still rides the historical aspect of those National Treasures RPAs. But I think, you know, game use is what people want. I think it's what should sell for more, and I would only go for that right now.
Yeah, that's what I like. So I just wanted to know if someone who is well younger than me feels the same way, and how the future generation may be looking at these things, because they get caught up in the hype. But will that last? Will that endure? Or will, you know, will logic prevail? I think is the way I look at it. Now, you know, there's definitely some nuance there, but yeah, that's you know, I like to hear that you are interested in older players. That gives us all hope for the future, right, Leighton? Right, Joe? Doesn't that make us feel good about his generation? And Chris, you got some friends in the chat here, I've noticed tonight. Like, are your friends kind of feeling the same way about game used, about vintage players, older players? Even when you're mentioning older players, I mean, you only went as far back as 1961, because in basketball you're so limited by the 3 or 4 vintage sets that exist. But are you interested in a Bill Russell rookie, a Kuzi rookie? Are you interested in a Mikan rookie? Are you interested in the whole 48 Bowman basketball set, the whole 57 Topps basketball set? Do those interest you at all? Or are 61 where you cut it off and you're 61 forward?
Oh, of course. So I've wanted a Bill Russell rookie for the longest time, and I just haven't gotten the chance to get one yet. The Mikan's also interesting too. It's another one I've thought about, not as hard as the Russell, but you've planted that seed in my brain now. I know what I'm going to do at the National this year. You know, I have, you know, my friends are great. You know, I think they all kind of share similar interests to me, especially my coworkers, Bobby and Cal, who I hope are watching right now. What's up?
What's up, Bobby and Cal? What's up?
What's up, guys? You know, Bobby's real big into vintage baseball. You know, he loves the Orioles. We have some cool vintage stuff in the shop, some Manals. I think we have Pete Rose rookie. You know, that's all stuff up his alley. And Cal, you know, he's also kind of the same kind of, you know, mindset as me. We love the 2000s guys for basketball, the 2010s. You know, and I think a couple of my other friends as well, Narav and Rahul and Anoop, who might be watching. I mean,
nice.
We're all big basketball guys. We love LeBron, Jordan. We love the GOATs. And you know, you can't go wrong with those guys. You can't go wrong with Kobe, Jordan, LeBron, Steph, who, you know, was the big card I sold off was a Steph. You just can't go wrong with these guys. And I'm glad that I have friends around me who kind of share the same, you know, interests. It gives me a lot of hope too for, you know, the people around my age, you know, and the
good to hear. It's really good to hear that you've got a good group too. That's awesome that you have a group of guys, your buddies that are into this. So you're lucky for that. Okay, before we continue, Leighton, Joe, guys, thank you for both joining us tonight. Leighton, great to see you. I'm glad you got to meet Chris. So thank you,
It's great
Leighton,
meeting
for
you,
joining
Chris.
us.
Yeah, it was nice to meet you guys. Thank you.
It's good to see you, Joe. I haven't seen you in a bit. And Jeremy, it's always good to see you. I'll see you guys real soon.
Thanks,
Yep.
Leighton. We'll see you later, buddy. Thanks
Yep.
to Leighton. Joe, thank you as well. If you go for a walk and you want to come back on towards the end, just pop back up and we'll bring you back on, buddy. So thanks for joining, man. Appreciate it.
Appreciate it. Good to meet you, Chris. And we'll see you about later, Jay Lee. Take care.
Okay, buddy. Have a good night. Thank you. Thank you, Joe. All right, guys. We got David Chase in the back room. Chris, we're going to bring Mr. the one and only David Chase is back. Buddy, how are you? Say hello to Chris.
Good. How you doing, Chris? Nice to meet you.
Good. Nice to meet you too, David.
Yeah, I also want to say hi to my boys, Bobby and Cal. Good to see you guys in the chat too.
Bobby and Cal are going to be famous by the end of this episode, right?
Good.
Is that their names? Is that what they're called, Bobby and Cal?
Yeah, Bobby, they're Bobby and Cal. They're my two coworkers on the sports side.
Nice. Good stuff. Okay, so David, you've been watching for a little bit. Do you have any comments? Hey, there's RW. Is that one of them? Is that one of them right there?
That's Bobby right there.
What's up, Bobby? What's up, Rob? What's up, Robbie? Bobby, welcome to the show. Good to see you. Yes, Charles, he's arrived. The David Chase is with us. Before we continue, I'm just going to go through some comments. Jim says you're an impressive young man. Orlando says he's like a young Leighton. Hey, there used to be a show called Young Sheldon. Maybe there's a new show coming out called Young Leighton. Young Leighton, starring Chris Locke. Alex says, and sort out. Oh, one of the things this was advice for the question you asked Leighton. What can you do to make the experience good? He was saying, sort out the value boxes. Keep them by player, by sport, by team, whatever it is. Andrew Greenberg says, I hope to one day meet and learn from Chris. Your buddy Bobby says, Chris is a genius and a machine when it comes to this. That's good to know. Michael Rader says, you have a bright future. BW says, no shame in having to sell a card. Absolutely not. Michael Rader says, love game use patch autos. Foul Ball says, why did he leave his previous hobby jobs? Chris, so you worked for Alt, you worked for DC Sports. Why did those jobs end for you? What happened there?
Yeah, so I had a very good time at Alt, although I was very young. I was 15 and I was doing it very part-time for my computer, and they just needed full-time guys. It was one of the best experiences I've ever had, honestly, in the hobby, being able to see, especially on Alt, and you see how many, high-end stuff they have there. Anyways, and then DC Sports 87, this is a funny story. So everything was manual when it came to the titles on eBay. Everything was by hand. They had a pretty large team doing it, by hand, taking a Dropbox full of cards. You get a picture, you know what the card is, right? You type it in. It was a long process. And so we got phased out by AI. And my dad over at Inferno Red, he got me out of a job. So thanks, Dad. I know you're watching too. Thank you. But I ended up at a good place at Continental Cards. Shout out. And it's a good time over there. It's really cool being able to kind of physically be in there and sharing the hobby with other people.
Right on. Mark says Young Stuff made a good choice. Situational said Petty loves this younger Chris. No kaboomy. So I don't know if you know Mike Petty in our chat, but he's not a big fan of the kaboom. So you made a good buddy in Mike Petty tonight here, Chris. Jim says, what are Chris's thoughts on the destruction of historical items? I would be interested in hearing a younger perspective for consideration. Now, Chris, just so you know, we talked about this on an episode last week. Joe, David, myself, and Josh, who's not on with us right now, we talked about it earlier on in the show tonight before you came on. I don't know if you were watching, but, we talked about the sanctity of cutting up these historical jerseys. And I'm not talking about, one of the many that Wemby's going to wear this year. We're talking about the vintage where these guys got maybe one or two a season type of thing. So what are your thoughts on cutting up these historical items to put them into put the little pieces of them into sports cards?
Oh, it breaks my heart. Me and my dad have actually had this exact conversation before. I've had a pleasure of owning a few like Chamberlain patch cards, game used. And why would you do that? Why would you cut that up? I mean, I was watching earlier, and I was agreeing with everything you guys were saying. Like 100%, that stuff deserves to be preserved. And when you have it, I'm sure a lot of people in the chat, have seen the YouTube video of Panini taking the jersey under the machine and just chopping it up. Why? I mean, it deserves to have a much better place than inside of a card. As selfishly as cool as it is to own, pieces like that, I think, of course, they deserve to be preserved and in their natural state.
Yeah, good. What do you think? What do you think of the kid so far, David Chase?
I love Chris. I think that he's amazing. Chris, like, kids, young adults like your age. I feel like a lot of them aren't into vintage. Why do you what about vintage basketball hit you? And like, where did that come from? Is that your parents, or did you just figure it out while collecting? How did you come about that?
I've always been a stats junkie, and I've always been someone who looks over, the all-time lists, and I've watched, hours and hours of YouTube and hours of scrolling, Basketball Reference and other sites that really highlights these guys' careers. You just got to pay respect to those guys. There's a lot of players who get hype, today. And as much as I love that and want to have cards of them, I think having the cards of, the greatest to ever do it are, they're priced. I mean, to me, they're priceless. It's amazing to be able to have the, opportunity to have the cards of those guys, to throw it back, to get pieces of history. I think that's what's important. And, you just can't go wrong with it. And it's just super cool. Like, yeah.
Nice. And I saw, you showed a Chamberlain, you're into Russell. I mean, that's the Mount Rushmore, right? What's your feeling on like the step below that? Like in the 61 Fleer, I thought I saw you hold a couple of cards, but like, are you interested in the West, the Robertson, the Baylor, or not really? Is it really just the goats of all goats? What's your thought there?
So I have a West, and I've always, the Robertson's been on my bucket list. The Baylor's been on my bucket list. I just haven't had the opportunity to find them. Or at least if I did, my eyes were set maybe somewhere else at the time. They're all goals of mine, and of course to have the highest grade possible, that's possible to afford. And I'm always still looking to upgrade my Wilt and my Jerry as well. I think the whole set's just so interesting, so many great names, and I want to have them all one day.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Sorry, Jeremy. I'm sorry to ask so many questions. I
Yeah.
apologize. But what do you think about the in-action cards versus the regular cards? Do you have a thought on that for the 61?
The regular cards have been on my radar. The in-action ones I think are cool as well. Again, those are ones that I haven't got to yet. They're cool. I mean, the obviously the photography at the time is interesting, but
exactly.
They'd be cool ones to have for sure. The first priority for me was kind of obtaining the main set, and then probably building my way, kind of creating a larger web of that kind of stuff to lean back on. But I mean, it's all super cool. They're very, unique, and for the time to be able to own those kinds of stuff is, I hope to get, check all the boxes eventually. They're all great.
Chris, what do you think about technical grading versus eye appeal? Are you familiar with that debate, that duality? Where do you fall on that? What do you think about the discussions that are ongoing in hobby narrative for the past several months, if not a couple years?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a big fan of collect the card, not the grade. And I think having the best eye appeal, if it's for your personal collection, of course, is what matters. I mean, my Wilt's off center. If I had a better centered 4, I think I'd like it a lot more. People get drawn into numbers all the time, and I think the trap of the grading game today is I see it every day in a store, especially on the Pokemon side. 10s and 9s are desired by everyone, and when you go back in time and you get a 2, a 3, a 4, a 5, a 6, to me, having a better looking copy is arguably more important than having a better grade. I would love a 6 on a Wilt, but I'd like to have a good looking Wilt. And wherever the value aligns is obviously subjective, and people will go both lanes. But to me personally, I'd rather my card look good.
Let me ask you this: Would you prefer a well-centered, good-looking 4 over an off-centered 6, or would you rather have the off-centered 6? If you had to make that, if both cards were sitting in front of you at the same price at a card show, maybe the 6 is a bit more, to be realistic here. What would you spend your money on? The more expensive 6 or the nicer 4?
That's a good question. Well, it depends what's wrong with it.
Absolutely. Yeah. That's why I'm saying a good looking 4. So well centered, good, nothing wrong really with the surface, but maybe the corners are slightly rounded, let's say.
I mean, if I can save some money, of course. I mean, the 4, as long as it's better looking to me, you can check all the boxes, right? Save the money. You save your eyes a little bit of, to be able to have a good looking card at a better price, I think is a no brainer.
And then we had a question come in here from Jim. Says, what do you think about the NBA eye appeal stickers that, NBA does it? There's about 3 or 4. There's 4 different stickers out there that I'm aware of right now that represent another party's opinion on the eye appeal relative to the technical grade. Although eye appeal Inc. isn't really relative to the technical grade. They are based on eye appeal alone, but NBA stickers are eye appeal. Fanatics Collect stickers are eye appeal, and 4 Sharp Corners sticker is eye appeal as well. What do you think about this whole sticker game going on right now? What are your thoughts?
That's a good question. I think that the data will reflect that people will pay more for an NBA sticker. Me personally, I've been familiar with the NBA stickers for a while now, and at first, I thought it was kind of silly, right? Like you already have one opinion on it. Why would you need a second opinion? It makes a little bit more sense to me now, because obviously there's been so much talk of PSA. You resubmit a card 3 times and the grade changes every time. I think it's important to kind of have another party's stance on, a card. Does it look good? Is this a good, is this a legitimate grade? Is it, reflective of its holder and its value? I can understand it. Me personally, I like it plain. Once I get it once, I tend to be satisfied there. I know some people will like it, some people won't. I guess, my answer is me personally. I guess I could say I'm not a fan, but I understand why other people would be.
Good to hear. I mean, just interesting to hear about it. And there's lots of opinions. We've talked about it ad nauseum here on the show, so we don't need to get into that really any further at the moment. I don't think. But I do want to ask you your thoughts on what's going on at the ultra high end part of the market right now. We've seen these big $1 million cards being sold. Your Wilt Chamberlain that you showed us, you could probably buy 250 of those for the same price as some Wemby cards. Like, where do you fall on how reasonable do you think and how sustainable do you think these values are at the ultra high end that we're seeing lately?
For these young guys, not one bit. I mean, the Wemby prices, you got to assume there's already 3 championships, 4 MVPs, and about 8 defensive players baked into that price right now. I mean, people will, of course, follow the hype. There's no doubt about that. I think you could be spending that $5 million a lot better elsewhere. There's plenty of Jordan cards. There's plenty of Kobe's. There's plenty of LeBrons that you could put $5 million into, and man, you can get like triple logo mans for that price rather than a manufactured scarcity black 1 of 1. I mean, as much as I love the black 1 of 1s, it gets to a point. It just gets to a point. And when you see some of these other parallels of Wemby, I guess as a good example, creeping up over 6 figures, like the tiger stripe and the snakeskin, it's like, what are we doing? I mean, it's just an absurd amount of money getting pumped into a 22-year-old kid who's 7'5" and can do literally everything. But I mean, that money could go so much better elsewhere, right? Into proven guys, into GOATs, into people who have already cemented themselves. And I mean, it's just silly. It's silly. It really is.
No, appreciate the answer. I got 16 comments that I want to go to, but before I do, I want to give David a chance to respond or ask any questions in the interim. If you got nothing, David, I'll go to comments because there's lots of good stuff there as well.
I just want to say how impressed I am with Chris. I mean, he's
that's
awesome.
That's what these comments are saying. So yeah, Chris,
go
get
to
ready to blush. All right, all right. First of all, Michael Stone says, "I wish the future generation was more like Chris. Most try to sell me on a 3 to 4 color patch and tell me how cool the patch is. I just kind of chuckle and say I will pass." Say what I want, says Yoda Chris. Mookie Chilson says Bobby and Cal forever. Midlife says goats are epic. Mookie, Petty, Boozle, and Andrew. Those are goats of the YouTube chatters. R.W. Jones, Robbie says Continental Cards in Ashburn, Virginia. That is where you work. Dave Snyder is here. What's up, Dave? Welcome. Dylan Bailey says Chris once saved my family from a burning building and gave me a Jordan rookie for free. He's a good guy. It's nice to see you. Yeah,
that did happen. That really did happen.
I don't know if you're kidding or not right now.
I'm kidding.
Okay. Jim says Chris is earning a truckload of card street cred points. He gives us old guys hope. Chris, please spread the word to all your friends. Like, that's high praise right there, Chris. Jake Dahl says Chris now has me looking into 1961 Fleer basketball more than before. Mike says Chris is the kind of guy who could set a pick and take a charge without flopping. Mookie says, did Chris get his hobby spectrum score and does he collect Pokemon? I mean, Chris, your dad's company built the hobby spectrum. Have you taken the assessment yet? I don't even know if you've taken it. If not, you better do that this weekend.
Oh, I feel embarrassed to say I haven't yet. He hasn't showed me yet.
Sorry, had to take him off the show if he hasn't. Oh, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, Chris. You'll take it. Do you collect Pokemon?
Very little. You know, it's funny. My TCG niche right now is Dragon Ball Z. I've had a lot of fun with that. I mean, Pokemon back in the day, of course, I rip packs here and there. When you work in a card store, it gets very tempting. And I fall into that trap a lot. But mainly Dragon Ball, Pokemon here and there, but nothing else too crazy.
Mookie Chilson says, Chris, what are you going to name your podcast with David Chase on the Sports Card Clubhouse? That's an inside joke. Morgan says he's so intelligent and well-spoken for a 20-year-old. Absolutely. Chris is saying, BW is saying, Chris, future senator or congressman. Mike D is saying you're batting 1,000 here on the show. Ken Fickle says new artificial market prices have very little future value. Charles says that you are wise beyond your years. Michael Rader says, great answers by Chris. I told you, David. It was like, it's all about how good this kid is. Great answers by Chris. And Mark says, I appreciate someone else living inside reality with me. So you're making a great impression here on the Sports Cards Live community, Chris, which I definitely appreciate. And it's great to have some of your buddies here in the chat with us as well. Mookie says, I collected all Dragon Ball A through Z. Absolutely. David, let's go back to you now. I mean, you're talking about how, he's obviously an impressive young man. And listen, I'm super just impressed myself with Chris. And like I've said at the outset, I'm on business calls with your father quite regularly. And he's brought you onto them before. And now I'm going to start adding you to the list of people that come on. Like, I want to hear more from you because I think you provide great insight. You're obviously educated and experienced in this hobby. You're obviously passionate about this hobby. You collect, you deal. I mean, you're like so many people in the hobby that love it and find it to be more than just a hobby. Like, it really is more than just the word. When we say the hobby, we kind of in many ways are talking about the industry, but a lot of people don't like the industry aspect of it, which is fine. I get that you don't like it. You just want to collect your cards. But if you are realistic about things, you understand that the hobby really does exist inside of an industry right now. No matter where you're buying your cards, you're buying them from the industry. Really. Other collectors, Target, Walmart, eBay, Fanatics, Tops, wherever you're buying your cards, they're coming from the industry. And I don't think it's going to ever go back to the way it was before values became such a big part of the hobby. So I think all we can do now really as collectors is try to cultivate a culture and a landscape that makes it as interesting and fun as it's been for all of us for our whole lives, including you, Chris, even though it's been a lesser amount of time. I've been in this hobby 46 years, and I still find joy in it every day. I find new cards that bring me joy every day. And sometimes, like David Chase and I were having a conversation earlier this morning about, unnamed hobby drama. And I came off that call. I didn't tell you, I came off that call thinking to myself, I don't want to think about drama. I want to go look at my cards, and it makes everything better. When I go to the cards, when I go to my hobby and I take the industry out of it in the moment, I come back to that kid that I was. And I want to make sure that guys like you, Chris, who are, anywhere from like 5 years old to 25 years old, can have a hobby in the future like I have now, like David has now, like so many in the chat have today, where we are able to look past the industry and past the drama and all those things, and just enjoy our cards, enjoy our friends, and enjoy the hobby. So how do you think do you see that in the future for you?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I think, right, as someone who's, I'm 20, right? So as someone who's my age, right, you hope that, the kind of joy.
Sorry. Are you your age?
Yes.
Okay, good. Just confirming. Sorry. Go ahead.
I do turn 21 in a month, but I'm still 20 right now.
Still 20.
Still 20.
Keep going. Sorry to interrupt. I just, silly me.
I'll show my birth certificate next time for everyone if they need it. I think I hope it'll all carry on, right? There's so much, in terms of when you say the word industry, right? When it comes to Topps, when it comes to all these other big companies, right? A lot kind of feels like it's how do I want to word it? Like corporate stuff kind of collapsing in on, the people, the collectors down at the surface. And, you just got to hope that it pulls through. And I truly believe it will. We'll see in terms of innovation what they bring, what they do for the next, 10 to 20 to 30 to 40 to 50 years from now. Because I think there's a lot of, as much as we see, all, as you say, like the drama on social media, the big companies kind of getting into it. You hope that underneath all of that, right, the truly the purest form of collecting will still prevail over those things. And I mean, we'll see what they do. A lot of it, unfortunately, I think is out of the collector's control. But I think that people who have, shared, a shared hobby, a shared sense of what they like, to be able to push into these things and really kind of dictate that where the people want things to go, I think is totally will happen. And, this hobby's amazing. I mean, I sometimes you just got to sit back and you got to smile at it. And I think people will continue to do that on a day-to-day basis for years and years to come. But we'll see what happens. I mean, I truly think it'll keep on going just the way it is. And yeah, I know. I mean, I love it. I love it.
One thing you said to me when we were chatting the other day is that really you've got the hobby and you've got like school, and that's your whole life. And I'm like, yeah, I got my family and I got the hobby, and that's my whole life. So I feel like you love the hobby, everything about it, the way so many of us do. And it's just great to see that you're not just in it to make money. You're in it because you truly love it. And I think that's awesome. You can now there's nothing wrong with making money. There's nothing wrong with making some money in the hobby. There's nothing wrong with buying a card for $1, selling it for $1, whatever you sell it for. Especially in my opinion, especially if you're going to build your collection alongside those activities. It's a great way. Subsidizing your collection with other activities, nothing wrong, especially if you're doing the service of helping get cards to other collectors who might want them. I think even flippers have a place in this hobby. They do provide a service. Some people don't like them. Some people are annoyed by them, whatever. They're part of the ecosystem. And I think they are definitely part of the ecosystem. Now, with all that, I want to go to David now and just get some thoughts, some questions. And after that, we're going to go to comments. And I think after that, Chris and Josh haven't shown up yet, but I think they will shortly. So we'll bring them on after. And we may or may not say goodbye to you, Chris. But David, over to you.
So Chris, I mean, I'm ready to subscribe to your YouTube channel. Have you thought about creating a YouTube channel?
Oh,
What's
it's
your thought?
interesting. I mean, I think so. I mean, I'm on Instagram, and that's kind of been my only form of card social media. You can see it; it's right there. Please follow me.
He's at Contenders God, by the way. At
Yes.
Contenders God for people who want to follow Chris on Instagram. Go ahead, Chris.
I've thought about making, content. It's really interesting, right? Because I've always felt like I've had a lot of stuff to say, and to be kind of in a smaller space like Instagram, not a whole lot. I don't have a whole lot of room to say it. I mean, I'd love to do it. Well, I don't know what do the people think. I mean, I don't know. I'd love to.
I would be a subscriber. I think a lot of the people that are in this chat have fallen in love with you. So I think that you have great things to say. You're refreshing. You are really some positive influence on the hobby. And I'm just telling you, I think that you do very well.
Oh,
Chris, you would just need to figure out what kind of what you wanted to do, how often you wanted to drop a video, and what you're going to talk about. But there's so many options, and you can definitely figure that out. R.W. Jones says he too. Well, of course, you'd have to. You guys work together. You'd have to subscribe. You got to be his first subscriber there, Bobby.
Mm-hmm.
Bobby and Kel, I assume, would be on. Wouldn't they both be your co-hosts on the show?
100% they would.
Okay,
Back
good.
to you. So that was one question you had, David, was the YouTube. I feel like you have more.
Yeah, I could have more. How about tall boys? What do you think of like the Kareem rookie, the Maravich rookie? What are your thoughts on those kind of cards?
Again, they're on my bucket list. Those two exactly. They're on my bucket list. I mean, a lot of stuff. I just, I'll say this. I only buy and sell cards. When I'm moving stuff. I gotta say the F word. When I flip stuff. I only buy cards that I personally would buy too. And I just haven't gotten to the Kareem yet, to the Maravich yet. They're all cards I want to have in my collection that I can look back and have a nice little spread of them and say I checked off every one of my boxes. I just got to get to them. I really do. I mean, you're reminding me of all these my goals I have, that I got to go out to Chicago this summer, and I gotta get working.
Is basketball your number one passion? Is that the top of your list?
Yes, I don't do much else. The Jaden Gold is an exception. I'm split into that card, and of course he's local to the area, so I'm a Steelers fan, but they practice in the backyard, so we root for him too. But that's kind of been my one exception recently.
Nice.
All right. So a couple of comments here. First, Charles and Fresh Prince both say since you'll be 21 next month, you'll be ready for the odd cold one. Yeah, I look forward to seeing you there for sure. Jim here says the older we get, the more we look for things that excite us to offset the accumulated layers of jadedness inherent with learning and experience. This is great. I think he's exactly right. It's one of the things, as we say, the hobby is an escape, and I think it's certainly an escape for many of us. Absolutely. Alex Bridgeforth just followed you on Instagram, so you're already picking up a few more IG followers here. Papa Funk, he's only 20. Ask him about tall boys next year. Oh,
never had one. Totally.
And then Jim also says here, there's definitely a niche for a smart, mature young person creating vintage content, as vintage guys are interested in the younger generation's perspective. You could be the bridge for that. And there are some others, I think about well, we've had a couple guests on the show recently. Even Ryan Nolan is a guy who loves his vintage from the old days as well. There are young guys in the hobby in vintage. You'll meet some of them at the National if you haven't already done that before. All right, good stuff. David, so you're good. You got your questions out for Chris. Chris, I want to just know where you fall on what's going on in the NBA Finals right now. Jalen Brunson kind of killing it for the Knicks. I have his now. I'm gonna bring Josh on. Josh, you get to join. We're gonna add Josh. Josh, please say hi to young Chris. Chris,
hey Chris,
Josh.
how's it going?
Josh?
What's up,
Nice
David?
to meet you.
Jeremy?
Hello, sir. How are you?
Good. I'm getting ready for double overtime, so I'm quite excited.
Oh, is it going to? It's 4-4 still, huh? In the hockey
Choke
game.
job central for Vegas. I love to see Carter Hart fall on his face.
Okay. Well, we'll see it. We'll see how that goes. Let's see what happens in double overtime. And Chris McGill is just going to be joining us in a moment. We'll bring him on as soon as he is ready. Are you ready, Chris?
Mhm.
McGill, not you, Locke. I'm talking to McGill now. All right. Here's Chris McGill. Chris McGill, please say hi to Chris Locke in the panel.
Hello, Chris Locke and panel.
Nice to meet you, Chris.
Nice to meet you, Chris.
Chris Locke, are you? I don't know if you're aware. Chris, we'll call him Chris Hoge. He's one of the founders of Card Ladder. You see their logo just above your head. Are you a Card Ladder user? You better say yes.
Oh yes, and I'll tell you something you might not like. I get yelled at work for using Card Ladder. And you know what I say? I say Card Ladder is the greatest thing ever invented. I say that every single time.
Where'd you find this?
Bobby and Cal will
Chris?
vouch for me.
Where'd you find this, Chris Jeremy? I like this guy.
But you know what? I'm soliciting for Chris's to join the show, and he popped up. Like it's just the way that it goes, you know? Yeah. Okay. And Chris Hoge, have you been consuming any of this episode so far?
Yeah. And I've been multitasking tonight. I'm going to be a little bit distracted tonight, and I'll say more about that later. But
he's must have some bidding action going on somewhere. I don't know.
Who knows? You know. Actually, I'm chatting with my grandma on the side.
Okay. Well, to you, Chris Hoge, you've been multitasking, listening to the conversation that David, myself, and Joe and Leighton were having with Chris Locke. Any questions, comments from you, Josh? You too. Any questions, comments for Chris? But we'll start with Hoge.
Yeah. I'm a little bit foggy on something. Maybe it's just because I've been in and out and listening and not totally carefully listening. Are you currently owning and operating a card shop, or are you working at somebody else's card shop and planning to start your own, Chris?
That's correct. Yeah, I'm working at a shop right now, and I plan on starting my own.
Nice. That's great. And you said you're at George Mason University, right?
Yep, correct.
Have you ever taken a course with Tyler Cowan?
I don't believe so.
Got it.
No, I haven't.
You're just dropping professors, Chris, that you just happen to know.
This one's a very well-known economist.
Oh,
so
I gotta take some econ classes, so we'll add him to the list.
Yeah, I don't know how great of a teacher he is, but he's got a pretty good podcast.
Good. Okay. Well, so thank you, Chris Hoge. How about Josh Adams? Have you been paying attention? I mean, not just on talking to Chris, but even the topics from earlier. Anything on your mind coming in tonight? If not, that's fine too.
No. On and off, I'm watching the game, so I don't know.
All right. Well, hey, no, it's a very integral part of the show tonight to have somebody who's watching the game, but I know It's good. It's good to have you to hang out as always, Joshua. So back to you, Chris Locke. We have got through the points on my notes that we had from our call the other day. Is there anything else on your mind that you want to mention, talk about, ask questions, let the chat know? Anything else that you kind of came into on your mind? Any hot takes? Where do you fall on some of the, I mean, we talked a bit about PSA with the pause, and I do have on my notes here that you're opinionated on some things when it comes to PSA conspiracy theories. I don't know where you're going with that, but where were you going with that when we were chatting earlier in the week?
Oh man, I mean, I think PSA pausing their submissions is a great thing. I think, to be able to catch up on that big of a backlog is really important. And, when you look online and when you look at a lot of the stuff, that's in circulation, it's important to get those things through because it gets backed up very easily, and people, they send in a lot of stuff. And don't get me wrong, it's great, but I think for as a hobby as a whole, it's good to kind of take a step back for a second and kind of push things through where it's needed to be. Now, I mean, I see a lot of, things online, they gave my card, a 9, it's a 10, all that stuff. Especially on shorter form platforms like TikTok and Instagram Reels. And every time I see those things, it bothers me because when, you're as big of a corporation as PSA, it all comes down to, I think the root cause of it all is just simple data entry errors. And it happens, it happens in big companies all the time. And people seem to get really worked up. And I think maybe, because a number can, increase or decrease, value exponentially. But a lot of times when I see those things, it's very, I don't know, it rubs me the wrong way every time. I don't know why.
Well, you know what, Chris, the fact of the matter is that everybody out there knows how to fix the problems. But for whatever reason, the people running the company have trouble fixing the problems. And why is there that disconnect? Because the people doing the armchair quarterbacking know very little about what's actually going on. So it's so easy to fix someone else's problem. It's a whole different story when you are the ones running the business, running the company, dealing with all the aspects of the business. And so it's so easy to type words onto your phone. It's so easy to say words into your camera. We do it here all the time. It's so easy to do that. So what I just heard from you is that you very much understand that you only know what you know. You don't know, and you, in many cases, you don't know what you don't know. In most cases, you don't know what you don't know. And the more vocal people are about talking about what they don't know, lets you know just how little they do know, and they just expose themselves that way. So I think you're wise beyond your years when it comes to just understanding that psychology and how things are in society these days. And it's not just with the hobby and PSA, it's a lot of things, but it's very easy to be a critic and to tell companies what they need to be doing, but it's not always that easy, if ever. So appreciate those comments. Okay. Listen, Chris, it's been really good to have you on the show. I'm glad that I'm glad that I was in a meeting with your dad. He said, hey, maybe have Chris on. I'm like, hey, how about Saturday? It all worked out really well.
Yeah.
You filled in great tonight. So thanks for coming on. And if you have any final comments, go for it. Otherwise, I'm going to thank you for joining us, and I look forward to seeing you soon.
Oh yeah. Well, thank you so much for having me. I mean, this has been so fun. I'm glad I finally had a chance to kind of, express myself. It's been great. And it's been so great meeting everyone that's came on here. The one last thing I'll say is kind of what you hinted at, earlier when it comes to the Knicks and Jalen Brunson. My quick story I'll share is there's a lot of posts on social media that that shows before and after of values of his cards, and a lot of those first purchase values unfortunately came from myself, and I have to sit at the TV and watch in horror as my mistakes, haunt me every single time I watch Jalen Brunson play basketball. But go Knicks, I guess. I don't know.
All right. Well, thanks for coming on. Anyone have any final words for Chris on the panel? David, Chris, or Josh? You're good? Okay. Chris Locke, thank you for joining us, buddy. We'll see you again, and all the best with what you're building in the future.
Yes, sir. Thank you guys so much for having me.
Thanks, pal. All right. Thank you to Chris for joining us. I guess I could read a couple comments, even though he just jumped off. But Charles here says, at 20 years old, I had no wisdom about anything, much less about sports cards and stuff like that. And one other comment I had, Charles did let us know that he said he heard that the PSA backlog has now reached 17 million. I mean, first we heard 10, then I heard, I think, 12 and a half somewhere. But I mean, I heard that while people were telling me that they sent in their final batch. So that number was bound to go up. So yeah, 17 and a half. That's a big number, but they'll get through it eventually and maybe build up more backlog. But that's what good businesses do. They have lots of pipeline and lots of customers. So all right, Steel Kuda, thank you for joining us. That is Chris's father. I'm glad that we got to get to know your son a lot better, Scott. So thank you for the suggestion. Having him on was awesome. Okay, Chris and Josh, any topics on your guy? Are either of you guys able to join the discussion? No pressure. Seriously, if you can, you're good. Josh, Chris, how about you? Are you? Because Chris, I don't want you to miss out on anything here.
Yeah. Can I address a comment from the chat?
Yeah. Can you let me know who it was?
It's from Alex Bridgeforth, and he's asked a few different times about tag getting. Yeah, there it is. Do you want to introduce the question?
Sure. Alex Bridgeforth asks to Chris, any chance tag grading gets added to Card Ladder in the future?
Yeah, great question. So first of all, we already have, I don't know how many tag sales. If a sale of a tag card has happened in a public setting, we've in all likelihood captured it. So already, I don't know how many sales that would be, probably hundreds of thousands, maybe millions. We have those sales in Card Ladder. So like as a entry level threshold part of this discussion, we have those sales. If you're looking for historical sales data as it comes in real time from Tag, it's in there. Now, okay, so now he's asking, but what about the pop reports? So we are quite amicable and have made several attempts and would love to incorporate population data from Tag, and that olive branch is out there dangling in the wind. So we would love to be able to bring population data from Tag into Card Ladder. And I appreciate the urgency to me as somebody who works on Card Ladder, and I would very much encourage you to bring that same vigor to the door of the great people at Tag, and perhaps encourage them to collaborate with us so we can get that pop data into Card Ladder. That'd be amazing.
David Chase.
Yeah, I have a question for you, Hoj, about pop data. And just because I've never had this conversation with you, and you have all the information from pop reports. I mean, the pop reports are so off, right? With the crack and reslab. Well, do you think that we will ever have an idea of true pop reports of cards? Is there any way?
Some people, it's not common, but some people do send back in their labels. I think Jeremy can probably corroborate that. Jeremy, haven't you sent some of those back in from time to time? Maybe, or remember, I'm not thinking of you. You don't grade.
No, I've never sent back in. I've never cracked and that's not true. I've cross submitted. I've cracked out like a Beckett to send to a PSA or whatever I've done, a KSA to a PSA. And no, I have not sent in those labels. And I've also cracked and kept raw. That's probably what I've done the most, is just cracked out and kept raw. And I've never sent in those labels ever. And I don't know that I would. I'm like, listen, I shouldn't say that I don't know that I would. What I'd rather do is just take them to the National and hand them over to them there. But I really find it hard to believe that those would make it back to the database.
I know.
National. If they want to send me a self-addressed stamped envelope, I'd probably be willing to do it. But
yeah,
I mean, listen, in a perfect world, I would, for the good of the hobby, in a perfect world, I would. Yeah. But I mean, the 10 times I've done it, it's a drop in the bucket. But to answer David's question, I know he asked you, Hoj. I think the answer is no, David. We're never going to know. The cat's out of the bag on it. It's too late. It's too late. There's way too many phantoms in the pop report already to ever be able to get accurate pop reports. You just have to know and come up with a ratio of accuracy that you're comfortable with. I used to think that was 95%. And Bobby Burrell would tell me, no, you're crazy, Jeremy. It's 65 or 70% accurate. Like, like 25-30% are phantoms. I'm like, no way, Bobby. It's like 5. He's like, no, I've come to his side of that. I think it's a lot closer to his number than my number. So back to you, Hoj.
Yeah, exactly, Jeremy. And the point that I was going to add, I wanted to open with something positive and then deliver the negative blow second. And here's the downside. The bad part is that it only gets worse with time. This isn't a problem that gets better with time. This is something that only compounds. And I'm not even sure it linearly compounds either. I think it might just sort of, for some cards, the pop report might be filled with cracks and resubmissions. And they might have been very popular to do for like a window of time. Like there's a famous example of one of the LeBron rookie cards that's numbered to 250, and the Beckett pop report has 300 plus of them. And there was like this window of time when people were just like, they just loved to hammer Beckett with resubmissions for that specific card. And so like, we can't even extrapolate and say like, well, if there's 300 and we know there's 250, then that's increasing incrementally. And we can sort of try and guesstimate how much that will change over time. We can't even do that because cards go through eras where it's very popular to resubmit them for a period. And then, that card kind of settles and people, leave them in the slabs after a while. So it's just, it's almost an intractable problem. And, it has to be, what is the spirit of Pops and Comps, right? The spirit of that book is to interrogate everything, to use critical thinking, not to take things at face value, and to come to independent judgments, whether we're looking at eye appeal, supply, demand, comps, the whole nine. And I think we have to do that with pop reports too. It's annoying, it's frustrating, it's not ideal, but each pop report is probably going to need to be dealt with on its own.
Yeah, well said. Well said. Yeah, it's a tough situation for a lot of collectors and companies, and I'm seeing a lot of comments in the chat about well, here situational says Tag has no reason to give a PSA owned company their data, and that's okay. McGill's great at handling these questions all the time, which you are. But all that said, where did that comment go? All that said, I think that I don't know why Tag hasn't responded to your outreach to incorporate their data. I don't know if it's because of the affiliation with PSA or not. But I also see, so I'm not, and people often look to me for these answers because they know that I'm affiliated, or I was affiliated with Tag, and I am an investor. I have a small investment in that company, and I see a lot of comments here about they're shutting down certain tiers as well. I said this last week. It's not just PSA that is backed up. This is a systemic problem in the whole hobby, mostly caused by TCG. These companies don't want to shut down. They want to get your money. They want all your money, and you all want to give it to them. They want everybody's money, but you can't give it to them because they don't have the capacity. They are all trying to grow and build as fast as they can. And it's just a matter of time before they do. And that's going to have its own challenges and its own problems are going to come out of that as well, especially if they grow too fast and they lose control from decentralization, from maybe rushing candidates through the training and all these different things. It's just going to be tough. And it's a problem that's not going to go away for a while. You think how long it took card companies to issue their products after the pandemic when supply chain closed down? Like, it took years. Yeah, it took like 4 years for card companies to catch up. I know Upper Deck, it took them a long time to catch up. I think it's going to take, especially if volumes don't slow down, especially if submissions don't slow down. When PSA reopens those lower level tiers, they're going to get flooded. They're going to get flooded with submissions unless they raise the price. That's their lever. That's their way to slow the flow. So we'll see what happens there. Lots there. Jim, I want to address Jimmy Kirby. Thank you for the super chat. Says Jeremy, have you had a chance to look at Memory Lane auction? The Babe Bat, I think you're talking about. You said the Babe BAA. I think you mean the Babe Bat. No, I haven't. I'm not really into bats myself, Jimmy Kirby. I have looked at some items on Memory Lane. I have some saved searches on my AuctionWire account that have taken me to the Memory Lane auction, and I do get the emails from Memory Lane as well. So I have looked at it, but I have not looked at that bat, Jimmy Kirby. But thank you for asking. Mike Petty says 1 out of 1 million people send in their labels. And then Man of San Diego, welcome to the show, says, any thoughts on other grading companies that are not being talked about for 2026 that seems to start growing ever since the shutdown of tiers by PSA and Tag? He says, I tested Mint Authentication. Is that the Canadian company, Man of San Diego? There's an MNT grading company out of Canada. I'm not sure if that's what you're talking about. So anyone have any thoughts on the question, like other grading? I feel like everyone goes CGC, SGC, Beckett. I think Beckett's on the come up. I also think MBA is on the come up right now for their slabs. I think they're going to be absolutely blasted at the national. They are going to be. It's like this is it'll be their coming out party for sure. As far as because a lot of people do respect that brand and the people behind it. So yeah, it's oh yeah, Josh is giving Josh with his poker face that doesn't exist. He shakes. So Josh, what's your issue with MBA? What's your problem with MBA, Josh?
Nothing. I'm sorry. That was
No, you were
comment.
snickering. What's the issue with NBA?
I don't know how many people respect them, but that's Google Mike Baker. That's all I'll say. I'm sorry. That's fine.
No, I mean you can't hide what you're thinking because you show it on your face so much. So I'm just curious what was going on there. I mean, Vintage Card says the NBA won't be able to scale up either. No, I know that's the thing. This problem is not a PSA problem. It's not a tag problem. It's a systemic problem, guys. And I think it's TCG driven. I think if TCG disappeared, sports collectors would be serviced much more fully and completely. David Chase.
Yeah, I totally get you, Josh, about NBA and how there's a lot of people that are so against them, and I completely get that. But when you're saying that there's a lot of people that are, I've been paying attention to what NBA slabs are going for. They are going for many times, like close to PSA numbers for the same grade in those slabs. And when I speak to dealers about it, they tell me the same thing, that they are at least where SGC is in their prices for cards. Now, obviously, it's eye appeal dependent, but you'd be surprised with how high those sales are going for. I don't own an NBA slab at this point, but there's more people that respect it than I think that you believe, Josh.
Oh, for sure there is, David. Otherwise, it wouldn't exist. Of course there is. Of course there is. You'll see those lineups. The National are going to be absolutely bonkers for sure. Sammy Thunder says, will TCG cool off since PSA freezes their submissions? Will they swarm other grading companies as a response? Sammy, I think that's a really legitimate question. I cannot get into the mind of the TCG enthusiast to know how much of that Kool-Aid they have consumed to know whether or not they're willing to go elsewhere. I just don't know what that's like. So TCG is a relatively new thing. Pokemon is relatively new in North America compared to sports cards. It's really only been around for 25 years or so. Sports cards are much, much, much longer. So I don't know, but I think they might be in bigger trouble than sports collectors are because I mean, that's the only thing that differentiates their cards. Like, I know modern's not much different in sports, but vintage, it's a whole different thing. The world of vintage versus modern collecting are two completely different, almost two completely different products in a way. Vintage cards have survived like full lifetimes of play and living. Modern cards just really have to survive shipping and grading. That they just have to survive that. There's not much to it. A modern card has a very easy life. Vintage cards did not really, they've come up through a lot more trouble. They've had more difficult lives, I guess you could say. It's pretty kind of fun way to think of it. So, what do you think? Anyone have any thoughts on any of this? All right, show's over. Okay. Why don't we switch it up? Let's switch it up because there's a lot of comments in there, but I think it's a lot of rehashing, a lot of things that we've sort of talked about many, many times. I wanted to go back to the Jackie Robinson patch card. Chris, you weren't here last week, but are you familiar? Are you informed on that whole situation?
Yeah, I am. And I gave Joe like 20 bullet points of notes because I was so interested in it, and I just dumped my thoughts on him. But that was like a week ago. It feels like it was, or 2 weeks ago or whatever. It feels like it was an eternity ago.
Yeah, it does. It does. So why do we do this? As I mentioned in the description to this episode, I heard back from the guy we're calling Stan, not his real name. And I'm going to put the email on the screen here. I will read through it and we can talk about it and see what everybody thinks, because this is not a short email, so it's going to take me a few minutes to get through this, guys. But if you did join us last Saturday and the Saturday before, you are, I think it was those two episodes, you are aware of the Jackie Robinson memorabilia card. I'll put it on the screen right now for people to see. So here's the card in question. This card sold on Fanatics Collect weekly auction a couple weeks ago for $9,900. It's a 1 of 1. It's a 2011 playoff prime cuts, Jackie Robinson, triple patch with a buttonhole. And so in one of the patch windows, the other 2 patch windows are very nice, 2-color with stitching. Very interesting card. I love the card myself. So the purchaser of the card, I will just take it off. I'll get back into position here now. And he wrote back after listening to all of us in the chat talk about this last week. I wish I could situational. I just don't have that skill. So with that said, here's the email. He says, "Hey, Jeremy, school's finally out. I just listened to your discussion about the Jackie patch. I had my computer's volume turned up in my office, and occasionally I would watch the crew discuss my situation. I was listening and watching on YouTube. It was funny and horrifying all at once. Very entertaining. I just wanted to give you an update. Feel free to update, share if you'd like. I also want to share my final thoughts about my purchase." He's got 5 bullet points. Number 1, first off, I'm not getting divorced. I've got 25 years of marriage equity built up. I'm a bit of a gambler, but I would never put my marriage in jeopardy over a baseball card. I still haven't told her. She's going to be pissed, but rest assured, my marriage is going to be fine. Number 2, I put the card on a home equity line of credit, not a credit card. I have $12K in credit. I already had $1,200 on it. So like I said, $10K was all the higher I could go. Putting $10K on a credit card, now that would be stupid. I'm saying that sarcastically. The home equity line of credit is also a horrible financial idea and not recommended. Little better interest rate, but still not smart. I work summer school. I'll make about $5,000. I also work another odd job over the summer months. I'll make another $1,500 or so. Going into fall, I'm hoping to have about 90% of it paid off by September. I'm 50 years old. I've been collecting since I was in kindergarten. I'm not a newbie. Certainly don't know everything about every set or every insert, but trust me, I know what I'm doing. Also, not a pump and dump profiteer. I thought that comment was kind of funny. That was Skeppy's comment from last week that he was addressing there. Number 4. This is where Josh Adams, we're going to see. Guys, watch Josh Adams' face for this paragraph, okay? You want to see a poker face? Watch Josh Adams' face for this paragraph. Number 4. Try, Josh. See if you can do it. Let's see if Josh cannot divulge his feelings. Okay, number 4. There are people in this hobby who only collect base kind of stuff. These are mostly vintage guys with rubber bands around their inventory, and the only distinction they make in a card is the PSA grade. The eye appeal movement caught them off guard, and a lot of them still reject the eye appeal argument. Not saying that's Joshua Adams, but it might be. I don't know Joshua. Sorry, Josh just took himself off the screen for a moment. He goes, where did I leave off here? I don't know Joshua. He might be a titan of the industry. Doesn't strike me as a visionary, though. But like I said, I don't know him. His argument that there's 100 Jackie jersey cards out there is pretty ridiculous. He's right. Those are napkin patch jersey pieces. Those cards aren't in the same ballpark. There's a lot of LeBron James cards out there, too. That's like comparing an exquisite rookie card auto with a 2024 Prism base. Not the same thing. On the other hand, there's also pure speculators and flipper guys. Both are fine. Some of these guys have made hundreds of thousands speculating on one-of-one Logo Man cards that are straight off the racks of Dick's Sporting Goods, player worn or event worn. I think it's completely stupid, not to mention the 20-plus one-of-one cards in today's product. That kind of stuff doesn't appeal to me much, but a lot of people collect it. Once again, not my thing, but to each their own. And then number 5. Lastly, about my card specifically, I think someone mentioned it was unlicensed. Maybe I heard wrong. It's a higher-end Panini product from 2011. Panini's game use guarantee and connection with JackieRobinson.com, both listed in the card, are about as good of a provenance as you're going to find in the modern era sports card world. Also, it being in a PSA slab made me feel better about the auto patch being authentic as well. I'm going to jump in here myself and say that should give you no better feeling about the patch being authentic at all. Grading companies do not authenticate the patches in cards. That was me. Back to Stan. He said, I had seen the other versions of this patch on Card Ladder. I know the same card had recently sold for less than half of what I paid for it. It didn't matter to me. Like I said earlier, I truly believe this is the single greatest patch card ever made. Nobody will ever chop and piece out an early Jackie game jersey ever again. It's just not going to happen. There is not a Topps 1956 PSA 5 Jackie that I can find at almost any decent card. Sorry. what does he say? There isn't a Topps 56 PSA 5 Jackie that I can find. I think he's saying he can find a Topps PSA 5 jacket at almost any decent card show in the country on any given weekend. This card hadn't surfaced for years, and I didn't know if I'd ever see it again. So he saw it once. He does acknowledge that it sold once before, like about a year ago. He bought it the second time it was sold, but before that, he's saying it hadn't surfaced in years, and I didn't know if I'd ever see it again. I knowingly paid more because I felt this was the best one out there, and this was my chance to grab a truly special museum-worthy piece. I challenge anyone out there to find a better patch card considering player, historical relevance, and true rarity. And then his closing, he writes, last night, the movie Air happened to be on TV. The movie is about a guy from Nike, Phil Knight, he's talking about, that landed Michael Jordan and his unwavering, or no, it was the scout, so the other guy. But anyway, the movie is about a guy from Nike, how he landed Jordan, and his unwavering belief in what he felt was the right decision. Good show. I recommend it. The guy believed in MJ. He didn't care what anyone told him. He could feel it. That's how I am with this card. I really don't care what anyone says. I know it's special. I've never seen such a rare piece so completely slept on by the hobby. I have no regrets. I think it's $1 million card. I stand by I stand by that. One last this or that for you. My Jackie, or this Wemby out of 5 with an event-worn patch that sold for over $100,000 this weekend. There's going to be dozens with these kinds of Wemby cards. Take care, Stan. And he shows me this Wemby card. I'm showing it on the screen. It looks like a Topps Dynasty, numbered out of 5 with a Wemby auto and a piece of event-worn memorabilia, or his Jackie card that we've seen before. So that's the response we got from Stan, the Jackie patch guy. And he really does address a lot of the topics that we discussed last week about the card, about buying it on credit, which really is his business. I mean, he'll live or die by that. That's on him, right? We can talk about it, sure. But okay, all that said, I want to go to the panel and get your initial thought. I think it's only appropriate that we start with my good buddy Joshua Adams. Josh, what do you think of the email and Stan's position on things?
I don't know. According to Daniel Brown, I don't know if he cooked me, but I don't really understand what he's saying. Like, is he saying I'm a PSA fanboy, which couldn't be farther from the truth?
No, I think. Sorry, go ahead. Finish off.
I still don't understand what he's trying to say. Like, I think paying for a sticker on your card for someone to tell you that it's a nice eye appeal card is ridiculous. That's true, but I don't really understand what his point is.
I think he's talking about where he says here, Josh, that your argument that there's 100 different Jackie jersey cards out there. Yeah. He's saying that's ridiculous, but he's saying you're right, but it's a ridiculous argument. Those are not of the same caliber. So, but then again, to your point, Josh, really, like, some people just want to have a piece of a player's jersey, like just owning a piece, whether a napkin patch or a more interesting patch, is still a piece of that history. So for that, I see your point on that, but I also, as a person who loves patch cards and likes them to be nice and interesting, I see what he's saying, that, just because there are all those other napkin patch jersey pieces out there, it doesn't really make this piece any worse. So I think that's what he's getting at. I don't think he was talking about, and I don't see anything. I'm not reading into any PSA fanboy stuff there.
I didn't get the rubber band comment though. I guess I don't. What's his point with the rubber band?
That I don't understand. He says there are people in the hobby who only collect base kind of stuff. I think he's talking about people who just collect traditional cards. Yeah. And he says, he's making he's taking a big leap here to say that these are mostly vintage guys with rubber bands around their inventory. And I think what he's meaning there is, like, because I know when I go to a card show and there's vintage, and I go by the booths that are like the showcases are all hacked up, you can't see through them, and then there's just stacks and stacks of cards literally in rubber bands. They're often in semi-rigids, and then they're in rubber bands. They're not graded, they're raw cards waiting to be bought. I don't stop at those tables. I don't want to look through those. I feel like I'm going to contaminate my hands after I touch those. That's Josh. You and I joke around about dust. We call vintage dust.
Right.
I think he's talking about the dust peddlers, if you will, not high quality ones. But anyway,
Yeah.
that's what I think he's saying. And what he's also saying is that, he does mention that rubber bands around their inventory, and the only distinction they make in a card is the PSA grade. So I think what he's saying, which I think is true in a lot of cases, that people just collect the grade. So I don't think that had anything to do with you, although I could be wrong.
No, it's interesting. No, I mean, hey, it's a cool card. The guy likes it. He likes it. I'm not going to tell someone what to collect, but just don't collect that sticker. But yeah, otherwise it's fine.
I did get a chuckle when he what does he say? He says something like, I don't see him as a visionary or something like that.
Yeah.
He might be a titan of the industry. Doesn't strike me as a visionary though. I think you are a visionary, Josh. You are a visionary. I can tell you that for a fact. You are a visionary. You started a company, 90s auctions. No one else had done that. You started one of the first niche auctions in the space. So you are a visionary, but again, he doesn't know you. So
it's okay. Congratulations on your card, Stan.
Very nice. Yeah. Okay. Okay. How about you, Chris? You got anything to add to this? And even something that's from your notes you have for Joe last time, whatever you want, Chris.
First of all, Josh is absolutely a visionary. Let's just get that straight. I don't know that what he envisions is very good, but he sees it. He's definitely seen things that none of us can see. Okay. I have so much to say on this topic, Jeremy. So can you give me a limit here? Should I go for 2 minutes? Should I go for longer?
Go. You know what? We've got 20 minutes left in the regularly scheduled program, and last week we went for another hour 20. So you got time. You can take 5-10 minutes if you want.
All right, good. I'll take 30 minutes. All right. No, here's what I think, Jeremy. I think this is a great ongoing saga. I'm glad that you brought it out last week. I was mortified a bit on behalf of Stan just because he got beat up a little bit at some points, which is fine. When you put yourself out there in public, that's going to happen, especially when sort of like it's third party. It's like reading text, like that's really becomes a canvas that almost anything can be projected onto. So I thought that was a very clever bit of content that I really liked. Like I said, I was so interested in it. I just downloaded a ton of thoughts onto Joe. Joe is just like, oh, neat. So okay. So I love this as a recurring content bit, like a mini series or something. And here's what I think about Stan. First of all, I get a lot of the words of caution that were aimed at Stan. And I think that it was, I think a lot of really wise things were offered up. And I just think a conservative approach on financial matters is prudent. However, I've never been the most prudent person or the most conservative person. And I really take inspiration when a collector takes a huge swing and they swing for the fences, and sometimes they connect and sometimes they don't. But man, I like swinging for the fences, and that's what he did. And then, you can kind of tell yourself, hey, you shoot for the stars, and then maybe you only land in the sky. And maybe that's what ends up happening here. But now to get more context, he's going to work it off this summer, right? He's going to work a whole summer to pay off this card. Man, doesn't that do something to you? Doesn't that kind of like give you a little life, give you a little extra pep in your step, just thinking about a guy who's like, yeah, I'm going to bust my butt this summer to pay off a card that I think is awesome. And I'm having so much fun that I'm going to email one of my favorite content creators about it. Or I don't know, maybe you are his favorite content creator. And like, I'm just going to this is a guy who shoots his shot, not just in bidding on this card, but also then reaching out to you, because you could just as easily have been like, whatever, buddy, this goes to the junk folder or whatever. Okay. So having said that, now here's my final point. Now, what would I do if I were in his shoes? And what I do, one of the funniest interactions I've ever had was with John Burleson at a Dallas card show a few years ago. And we were kind of like chatting back and forth. And he goes, yeah, sometimes I just buy a card and then I research it later. Like, I just hope that I bought something cool and it was for a good price, but I don't really know what I was buying at the time. And then I figured out later. And I was like, yeah, I totally do that all the time too. It's like, it just happens. but really that's not ideal. Really, that's not optimal, right? Ideally, I've spent like the last 2 or 3 years really emphasizing for myself and for anybody who cares to listen to my philosophies that I think doing comprehensive research is such an edge. It can be dangerous because as we do a lot of research, we discover all these things we didn't know existed, and all of a sudden we can want to have so many things, and like it can spiral. But doing comprehensive research is really important. And so now you already have the cards, that part's already done. What I would do next is I would start figuring out how to properly tell the story of this card. If it were me, I'm not saying that this is what he should do because everybody has their own methods, but if it were me, I'd want to right away, and this is something I started talking to Joe about a little bit. Okay, how many Jackie 1-of-1s exist? Let me start there. Let me build a sandbox of Jackie Robinson 1-of-1s. How many exist? And what was the first one? Maybe this is the first one. I don't know. It's not. I've looked, but just like hypothetically speaking, maybe this is the first one. How exciting would that be, right? Now you got this whole extra tagline that goes along with the card. Okay, but it's not his first. All right, but is it his first, patch card or his first patch 1-of-1? Or if it's not, how many came before it, and how many exist total, and what are all the brands that they come from? Because I think the Jackie 1-of-1 sandbox is a little bit too broad of a sandbox. There's probably not many. You could make an even smaller sandbox because the game worn memorabilia adds something to this card. So really my next research question would be, now once I know how many 1-of-1 Jackies exist, how many game worn memorabilia 1-of-1s of Jackie exist? I bet that's a pretty small number. And then once I know how many of those exist, where does this one fit into that hierarchy? Is it what makes it special? I assure you there are things that make it special, but what are they? Is it the first, or is it one of the first products to have one, or does it feature a special image of him, or is there something special about the product that it comes from? Or there's something limited about the product that it comes from? I think it comes from Playoff Donruss, maybe. Is that particular? How many times did Jackie have game worn relic 1-of-1s in a Playoff Donruss product? And all of a sudden, what if there's 4 cards or 5 cards that meet that definition? Now all of a sudden I have this amazing story to tell about a card that flows from all this research that I've done that was inspired by the fact that I now own the card. So in that way, a card can be a gift of collecting that keeps on giving. And I'll give one concrete example of how this worked for me, and then I'll stop. The last card that I posted to my Instagram page was a Brock Purdy card, a player not many people care about or are excited about. And the card that I posted was a card that I picked up last summer at the National from a friend of mine who was looking to get out of his Brock Purdy cards, and I was his exit plan. And one of the ones that he sold to me, they were both rookie year base at 1-of-1s, and that's enough for me. I know that Purdy only has roughly 30 first appearing base at rookie year 1-of-1 parallels, so I was really excited just on that alone. But on a hunch, I thought to myself, I've never really looked too deeply into the chronology of Purdy's rookie year issues. Do I own his first 1-of-1? Just on a hunch. I have 5 or 6 of them, or maybe even a little bit more. And I said, is there any chance that I could own Purdy's first 1-of-1? And so I went to Trading Card Database. I looked up the release dates for every single Purdy rookie year product. And he doesn't have any cards that are prior to his rookie year that are 1-of-1s. And I found out that one of the Purdy cards that I own is not his first 1-of-1. That comes from Chronicles Collegiate. But I did end up owning Purdy's first NFL licensed 1-of-1. His first 49ers branded 1-of-1. That was amazing. That inspired me to write a whole Instagram post and to take pictures of it and do a whole thing. And I'm probably going to make a podcast episode about it. And this was just a small card that I bought last summer. I had no idea, did the research, found out something incredibly exciting about the card, and now it tells an amazing story. And you know what else? That card shines brighter now that I know that story. Knowing that it's his first NFL license, his first 49ers branded 1-of-1, makes that card literally shine brighter when I hold it in my hand. So, and that's the gift that this card will keep giving, is the gift of research and storytelling.
If it tells a story as compelling as the one that you're able to tell with your Brock Purdy, right? Like but it seems to me like there's a good chance that it will. You know, it's a nice card. It's got a
Jeremy,
lot.
just to cut in briefly, and then I know I've rambled here. Every card tells a great story. Every card tells a great story. That it is incumbent on the collector to figure out what it is. But I could tell a great story about any card that was ever made. Just give me enough time to figure it out.
Okay, but I'm a little skeptical. But let me just say, because you said I could tell a good story about every card, but you must be able to set, like, if the baseline is good story, there must be some amazing, exceptionally interesting stories out there, because really, can every card ever made tell a good story or tell a story? Like I guess if you're gonna dive into the player and what they did for their community and those sorts of things, but then does that make one card better than the other card? Maybe you got to find the picture the game was taken from. Like, I guess okay, I guess you could tell a good story about any card. I think some cards are going to tell much better stories, though. So that's fair. I think that's fair, right? We agree on that?
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay. How about you, David Chase? Any thoughts on anything we've talked about since we started this topic?
Yeah, I mean, man, this guy's passion is hardcore. I don't think I've ever written or read an email that long in my entire life. So I'm impressed with that already. I really like his passion. All right, I'm going to mention, I know that you don't want to talk about his financial items.
Go ahead.
Yeah, because you know what? Don't include it in the email if you don't want us to talk about it, right?
No, that was me. He doesn't care. That was me saying, but listen, go ahead. Talk about it all you want.
Yeah, I think it's totally irresponsible, right, for what he's doing. And I understand that it's okay to be irresponsible. We all are able to. We all have credit cards, right? There's a lot of people in credit card debt in the world. He's not the first person to do it. But I just think when you're living paycheck to paycheck like he has a kid in college, they don't have extra money. I don't think going into debt without telling your spouse and to use a line of credit is the most financially prudent thing to do. I know he says that he understands that, but does that mean that the family doesn't go on vacation this summer? Possibly. I think that that's something that you should probably discuss with the family, but you do you, my friend. Another thing, don't pick on my friend Josh, okay? My buddy Josh here, it's okay to have different opinions, right? That's why you're bringing this to attention. And like, there were people when I was trying to buy my Leaf Jackie card that were telling me that I was absolutely crazy for spending the money I was thinking about spending. That was way above a PSA 1. I liked hearing those opinions. It's okay to get those different opinions because that's what makes you well-rounded, and you want to kind of be able to combat them without just saying, you like old cards and rubber bands. A little childish to respond that way, but I still love you. But don't make fun of my buddy Josh. I'll defend him till my death. And last thing that I want to say, I know that everyone, the whole panel here, I think, is into mem cards, which, by the way, you guys spoke about for like 4 episodes without me knowing what mem cards actually meant, but now I know that's memorabilia. I'm a little slow, sorry. But it's interesting to me that this panel was very skeptical of vintage autographs and the way that they were, are they real? Are they not real? Do we believe the grading companies? Do we not? I think it's a lot of trust that we put into these companies for mem cards. And this is just me being skeptical about it. And this is not me trying to go against them in any way. But I just think that there is a version of this that that I'm a little skeptical on how real are these items, because I remember that called shot Babe Ruth jersey that went up for auction. I feel like it went up for auction for like possibly one company. They didn't really believe the photo match and went to another one. And they're like, we believe it. And they ended up putting it out there. I mean, do we know that these jerseys are real? I don't know. Just another small part of it that I'm not trying to go against anyone's collection, but just another thought.
I've talked about it a lot. And I say, for me, because I collect these things, it's a leap of faith that I've chosen to take and listen, just like anything, I have to think, not only do I accept that some might not be, some of the some of the patch cards in my collection may not be what they're purported to be. I also believe that because we see it happen. Like Upper Deck will often put the wrong patch in the card. The player never played for the team. So how do we know that every time I see a piece of a patch card in a card that patch came from a jersey worn by that player, not one of their teammates, or some other player? So it is a leap of faith that I take as a collector. Comparing that to vintage autographs, I've mentioned that they may or may not be real. Sure. Same way I mentioned what I just did. I just don't collect them. I don't want them in my collection. They're not what I care about. So that you love them, anyone loves them, great. Like, all the power to you. I have nothing. Our buddy Tony, that's his lane. So many people collect these things now. I don't care. It's not that I don't care. I only care because you care. I'm happy for you as a collector. Just does not interesting to me. But how I deal with my lane, what I do love to collect is, I take a leap of faith and I accept that they're probably not all what they're purported to be on the back of the cards. And just like with graded cards, just like I'm sure I have trimmed cards in my collection and maybe the odd counterfeit. I mean, I once did take advantage of the PSA guarantee because I had a fake card in a real PSA slab and they paid me out. That's why you always hear me saying, I love upcharges. They're the best thing ever. Those upcharges, I bought the card for $1,500. PSA gave me $6,000 for it, and it was fake. Come on, tell me the PSA upcharges funding that aren't the best thing out there. I love PSA upcharges. I've never paid it, but I love them. So that's how I reconcile everything you just said, and very fair comments across the board, especially those of defending our good buddy Joshua Adams to the death. And I mean, you know what, though? It's also fun content to go at each other a little bit here and there. So I'm going to continue to do that with my good buddy Josh, but but only in certain cases. No, good stuff, David. How about did we hear? I think we've heard from everybody. I want to talk about the debt situation for a moment. I remember, thinking to myself, I forget when this was, 2018, 19, when I was buying a lot of cards because I thought that, number one, I was newly dipping my toes into some new lanes and I was loving them. And I also felt pretty bullish about the hobby and future values. And I do care about future values of my cards. And I remember thinking, man, I wish I had more money to spend. And I thought to myself, and I never considered it, but the possibility of, I've got lines of credit. I could borrow against my house. I could probably put money on my credit card. I've never done that for cards. I've never, ever gone into debt for cards. But boy, oh boy, did I wish that I would have. 4 years later, when $100 turned into $1,000 in sports card value, I wish that I was like, man, I shouldn't have only bought those 20 Jordan cards. I should have bought 200 Jordan cards and sold my retirement fund to do it. Now I didn't, and I never would do it in the future. But some people might feel stronger about a sports card than they do about real estate or about, their stock holdings, their equity holdings in their, I forget what you call them down there. They're up here. That's RRSP, your 1140 or what's it called? Your
401k,
your 401ks. Yeah. Like a lot of people would rather, and listen, I haven't put money into my RRSPs in years because I'd rather put my money into sports cards. I think I can do better long-term value-wise in sports cards than I can in traditional equities. I've been, in the last 30 years, I've proven myself to be true. I'm a very good sports card investor. Luckily, I also collect and I'm willing to hold these long term. So those I rarely sell too early. I've done that, of course, and I have gotten out of cards. But so that's my thought. I think on the debt side of things, hey, I can't tell you I can't say right now that you should take my advice, like do as I say, not as I do, because I don't do it either. So I'm certainly not telling anybody to do that. But I understand if you feel that strongly about something that you might be willing to do it. And again, like was said, I think on our show on The Hangover, it's only 10 grand. I know it's a lot of money, but it's only 10 grand. It's not, he's very comfortable. It's not going to ruin his marriage. It's probably not going to put him out on the street where he's going to lose his house either. So, yeah. Now, I also saw his name is not Stan. I do know his real name. Actually, the people on this panel know his real name because I showed them the email earlier. So he's a real person. Like I saw Skeppy said something like it looked like there might be a hint of AI in his email. I mean, Skeppy, you know, in 6 to 12 months, you're going to have to say about every email ever. I mean, you know, it's just like, you know, it was funny. David Chase and I were joking around on text message the other day when I showed him my list of cards that I wanted to pick up at the National, and he wrote back, "Well, I think these should be on your list." So I sent him an email. I sent him a big long text back that I had ChatGPT write for me. I told ChatGPT, "Here's what I want to do. It's meant to be funny." And David Chase writes back, "You are effing hilarious. Thank God for ChatGPT." I screenshot my ChatGPT prompt and sent it to him so he could see what the prompt was. Because while ChatGPT is being used all over the place now, it's the prompt that's important more than the output, right? The prompt and the series of prompts are going to produce hopefully what you are trying to articulate that you may not be able to do as well yourself. I think that, so to Skeppy, to your comment, who cares? Like, are you the ChatGPT police? Are you the, it's out there, it's happening. And, you know, if you're disclosing it, like, even if you're not, in a case like an email, who cares? If it's helping you get your thought across a little bit more accurate to your thoughts, you may not have and you're not someone by the name of Chris Hoge who can just pull a dictionary out of his behind anytime he needs it. So, because that's what Chris Hoge does. And I will defend Chris Hoge and his dictionary laden behind to my death. David, were you going to say something there?
Yeah, I have a question for you about debt. Just kind of let's live in an alternate reality for a second. And you believe so passionately when you bought your Joe Jackson for the belief, not just that it was the right card, the right look, but also as an investment, right? I mean, a very similar outlook to this person, but the difference is that you had cards as capital to be able to use to be able to get up that money. Let's just go into an alternate reality for a second and assume that you didn't have those cards and that you didn't have money in the bank. Would you, if you were in this situation right now with no money in the bank, but you had a line of credit, could you see yourself going into debt to get a card like that?
No.
Okay.
No, never. I would never. I don't have the risk appetite for that. I am risk averse. I just had my annual call with my financial advisor, planner, manager, and you know, he asked me one of the questions he asked me, and I forget exactly, but it's like, would you rather be able to make, like, if you had $1 million to invest, would you rather be able to make, like, the good scenario, the good outcome was you make 250, but the bad outcome was you lose 150, I forget the exact numbers, or would you like to make 100 and the worst case is lose 50? I took the latter. I forget the exact numbers, but that was the scenario based. I'm like, no, give me the latter. I don't want to risk that bigger loss. I'm risk averse when it comes to those things. So no, I would never go into debt to do that. Now, I mean, now this didn't work out for me, but I once did the opposite of what our buddy Stan did. I did the opposite. I've talked often about having two big sort of consolidation moments or collection disposition moments. One was for the Joe Jackson. And the other one was to buy my house. It was literally to buy my house. And when I bought the house I'm in right now, I had a mortgage on my old house. Whatever it was. I'm not going to say how much it was, but I had a mortgage that was substantial. And when I bought the new house, I was unable to port my old mortgage to my new one. My mortgage was at 1.94%. I had 3.5 years left on it. I was not able to port that over to my new house when I bought this house. And my new mortgage would have been like 5.5 or 6%. This was like, you know, the end of 2023 when I was negotiating it. I was, and I didn't know that before I bought the new house. My mortgage broker told me I could, and he was wrong. And the guy didn't, like, all he did was say sorry. Like, I was so pissed. You better know, you're a mortgage broker, David, right? You got to know your mortgage laws. So I was so pissed at this guy, but what could I do, right? I signed the papers. So what did I do? Instead of paying that interest on my house, I sold cards and paid off my mortgage completely. Paid it off using cards. So because had I not done that, it would have literally cost me interest on my home to keep my cards. Sold cards, paid off the house. Now, in hindsight, it didn't work out so well for me. The cards I sold have gone up substantially from that and would have more than paid for that interest. I could sell them now and would have had to have sold fewer cards to pay off the same house, right? So, but that shows two things. Number one, not all cards, but some cards are better than investments. Some of them are the best investments we've ever seen, we've ever had the chance to invest in, besides maybe like Bitcoin or Nvidia, except for the unicorn opportunities out there. But at the same time, I wasn't willing. Not only was I not willing to borrow against my house to buy cards, I sold cards to pay off my house. I did the opposite of that. So if that tells you anything about how I live my life, David, and my level of risk aversion, what I don't know. What do you think? Like, that's all I got.
No, I think that sounds great. And that I was just wondering that because you kind of pushed back a little bit at a certain point about it's okay for him to go into debt. But I understand now kind of what you're saying is it's a kind of debt that is short term that he's going to get out of within a year, which is very different than long term debt also, which I understand, right? That's a big part of that. Yeah.
Jim here says, did Jeremy just say he's living in a house of cards? What's funny is when I moved in here and I met my neighbor right over there, and we're like getting to know each other. I tell him I go, this is the house that Michael Jordan built, is what I told him.
That's awesome.
Yeah, and it's somewhat true. But Jordan cards have skyrocketed since I sold those, and can't go back and change it. And luckily, I kept some, and I still have a collection I'm very happy with, and so I'm good. And I live in my house, and my house is completely. I'm mortgage free. Like it's a wonderful place to be. In my early 50s, and but that said, I could be renting a house, and I could have all my Jordan cards still, and I'd probably be wealthier at the end of the day in that situation. But there's something about where I'm very comfortable where I am right now too. So, thoughts, comments, anything else, Chris, Josh, anything, or on another topic as well? We can change it up as well if you guys want.
Yeah, I just want to echo a lot of what David said and what you said, Jeremy. Especially when dealing in this world of cards, and there's a lot of different eras of cards. One of the topics that I brought tonight, which obviously I don't think we'll get to, but maybe I'll foreshadow it for a different time, is that what does long-term actually mean in the hobby?
Yeah,
I think we say that, and we, long term, it's 20 years or something. I don't think so. I think if you sort of look at the cyclical nature of our market, whether it's been the post-COVID era or the pre, it's like every 3 to 4 years, there's sort of an ebb and a flow. There's a peak and a trough. I think long term, the hobby really means 3 or 4 years, empirically, not philosophically, not aspirationally. But measurably, I think we see people come and go. We see markets cycle every 3 to 4 years. And so I just bring that up, because I actually find the disconnect sort of between the on the ground reality of how long our cycles last and how aspirational we are about coffin cards and so on. I think that ties back into the financial discussion just a little bit too, because it's within a window of 3 to 4 years, you can see a card you own double, and then you can see that same card you own be worth less than what you paid for it. All that stuff can happen within that same cycle, and then it can never recover again, or it can go parabolic or it can land somewhere in between. It's just this market is far more volatile and dynamic, and it makes me uneasy to think that I would ever want to advise or ever take on myself a position where, like, I'm taking a financial risk for the sake of collecting cards. I just think that's just I don't really know a way to make a prudent argument for it.
But aren't we doing that just by spending money on cards? Like, if I, instead of spending $2,000 on the here, this card I got in the mail and I love it. It wasn't $2,000. It was less than that, but I picked up my 49 Bowman Musial. I love this card. I think I paid $1,200 for it, something like that. I could have put that into the stock market. I could have put that into my 401k, which is we call RRSP up here, but I didn't. Instead, I took the risk of putting it into a baseball card because I collect cards and I love cards way more than I love traditional investments. Bore the what out of me. I am not. There's nothing fun about traditional investments. I look at my statements once a month. I update my books and I mark to market once a month, and that's it. And I don't think about them at all. They sit there. I don't care. I just hope that they're there when I need them. I don't enjoy traditional investments. I love sports cards. So I take money I could otherwise invest and I put them into sports cards. Is that risk? Is that kind of a risk? No. Josh, you seem to want to jump in. Go ahead.
It's not supposed to be fun. It's an investment. You put it, you save your money so you have it when you get older. It's not supposed to be fun. The hobby is supposed to be fun. So it's called a hobby. And I don't think cards are an investment. They never should. They should not be an investment. If you're buying cards saying I need this money later on, I think you're making a huge mistake. I buy a card, I stop looking at the price after I buy it because I don't care. Because if it goes up, I don't care because I'm not going to sell it. And if it goes down, big deal. So it went down. I'm not going to sell it anyway. Now, if I have a stock, I worry about it, but not,
Yeah, Foul Ball agrees. He says, this is a hobby, not an investment. So I'm just going to push back on both of you there. And I'm going to say, you do you. Like, you when you say it should not be an investment, that's fair, but don't tell me, Joshua Adams, how to live my life. Don't tell me I shouldn't invest in sports cards. Same to Foul Ball. Don't tell me it's not an investment. It's not an investment to you, Josh, and to you, Foul Ball, and to many other people. It's not to you guys. You don't look at it as an investment. That's fine. You don't have to. I am more than able, willing, and allowed to look at it as an investment. It's my hobby. I collect these things, but I also consider them to be investments because otherwise I wouldn't spend $1,000 on a card. I would only buy cheap cards that I wouldn't care about their values. I care about the values of my cards. Why? Because I put investment type money into them. I could put $1,000 a month into my RSP or whatever other investment account, or I can put $1,000 a month into my card budget. One or the other. Doesn't matter what else I'm putting into my investments. No, if I put $10,000 a month into my investments and $1,000 a month into my sports cards, why couldn't I put 11 into my investments? Like if sports cards are universally not investments, which just isn't true, and I know that because they've been investments for me. When I paid off my house. And I mean, my tax return was a disaster that year. Like, I paid more tax that year than ever before because I paid off my house with sports cards that I bought years earlier that I earned a 500% return on. How is that? Now, in hindsight, was that not an investment? Did I not invest capital into an asset, sell it for more than I paid, pay the taxes on it, and move on with my life? How was that not an investment for me? Doesn't have to be for you, Josh, or you, Foul Ball, or anybody. I don't really care how you look at your cards, whether you look at them as purely hobby, where if you spend $10,000 on a card or $250,000 on a card and it goes to zero and you don't care, that's fine. You don't need the money. I do need the money. I do want the money. I like money. Money is how I can take care of my family now and in the future. So again, like, I asked the question, and this is a legitimate question. did I not make an investment into an asset and sell it? Like, were they not assets if I was able to make a very nice investment return on them? Like, Josh, what do you think? Was that not an investment? Like, maybe it wasn't. I just don't understand how it wouldn't be. Foul Ball says, I'll never understand. You're right, Foul Ball. I will never understand your way of thinking. I won't. We approach this hobby, this whole way of we approach sports cards completely differently. I will never understand, but Foul Ball, you will never understand my way of doing things. You just won't, and that's okay. I don't care that we don't understand each other's approach to the hobby. I just care that we're both in the hobby, and I'm glad to know you. And I have every time we see each other, I see Foul Ball a few times, once a year, whatever. It's all good. I don't care that you don't look at them as investments. You don't have to, but for me, they have actually functioned as the best investment I've ever made. So, Josh, what do you think? Like, was that not an investment for me?
I guess it is for you. I've never looked at cards that way. I looked at them as for fun, and I buy something, and then I want to do a set. I bought the set. I bought the most expensive card because I needed it for the set. Set's done. Good job. I'm collecting other cards. I want this card. I bought it. Awesome. I have investments for like savings and retirement, all that stuff, and other types of investments. That's separate. I don't mess with those. But cards are for fun. And
for you, they're for fun. Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Exactly. For me, they're for fun. And I've never once bought a card and said, I hope this goes up. I bought it because I want it and I like it. And
yeah, you're in a very fortunate position where you can spend the kind of money you spend on cards, and that can be purely discretionary, straight to the income statement, and not worry about it. You don't need the money that you could get for them. That's a great place to be. David, what are you thinking?
Yeah, and Josh, I love your way of collecting, and I totally respect it, even though it's very different than the way I collect too, which is okay. But I just want to ask your opinion on something. You do care a little bit about the price of cards because you gave up your 48 Leaf set. You gave up your 33 Gaudi set. Yeah. Are you telling me you didn't care what those were worth when you ended up selling those to buy your big boy cards? Or what is what's your mindset there? You did care about the financial aspects as you rearrange your collection, right?
Well, when you say care, I didn't buy those cards when I bought them and said, I hope these go up X amount in whatever years. I bought them because I wanted to do the set, and it took me 20 years to do each set. I got them, and then I sold them to buy another card. So Travis, yes, I've sold cards before to buy another card, and because all those Leafs I can buy again. I just need time and money.
But weren't you happy they appreciated to the dollar amount that they did so you could make a move like that?
I mean, yeah, it was fine. Yeah, being happy that they appreciate it is one thing. Buying them, hoping they will, is two different things. We're talking about two different things here. I bought them because I wanted the cards because I love that set. It's my favorite set of all time, and I wanted the set. That was the end of the story.
And is there an end game for you where when you're 100 years old, do you want to die with these cards, or would you eventually think about selling any of them as you get older?
David, I have no idea what I'm doing next week. So I do not plan any of this stuff far in advance. You give me way too much credit for thinking I have any sort of plan on any of this stuff. I just kind of do what I want to do. And then if it works out, it works out. If it doesn't, it doesn't.
Yeah. Money, and I love your answers. I'm just pushing back for fun. You know that.
That's exactly.
Yeah.
Lots of comments on this. We'll go through a few of them here. Let's start. E105 says, Josh is a longtime respected member of the Net54 message boards. Midlife Greg says, plus Josh is 100% a titan of the industry and a visionary. Couldn't agree more. Mike Petty says it might work out for him, but putting it on a home equity line of credit is just idiotic. Skeppy here says, we did that one already. Foul Ball says, I look for rubber bands in cases. I walk right by those toxic graded cards at shows. Another difference in approach in collecting that I have with Foul Ball that we don't need, you know what? I was going to say we don't need to understand each other, but I think we do. I think we actually do. We just don't approach it the same way. Situational says past performance is no guarantee of future performance. Could not agree more with that. However, I will say that when you when you have a track record and when you have been almost nothing but successful in whatever it is that you are an expert in, and I can kind of consider myself to be a loose expert in sports card investing, let's say, for the purpose of this discussion, I am very confident. I'm very confident in my ability to put myself in the position to have the best possible future performance. So I agree with the comment situational says here, but that goes for anything and everything in the world. So, you know, I think that sports cards are probably one of the safer places to park capital as investment, at least if you're me, because in my head, I've only done very well with it. So it kind of, for me, it makes sense. Skeppy says it's actually the other way around. Every single card someone acquires is an investment. Collecting is investing, whether you care or not. And that's a pretty strong statement. I think what he's really getting at there is you're putting your money into something. You are trading currency for a tangible product you can hold. And I want to say asset, but I know a lot of people don't look at them. You don't care. A lot of, like, listen, you can decide when you buy a card, we all have personal financial statements that exist, even though you might not keep them, but we all have them. If you could take every cent and dollar that you've ever spent or brought in and do traditional type like GAAP accounting for it, you would produce financials like debits and credits. You would have financial statements. You'd have a balance sheet and you would have an income statement, or a P&L, people call it. You have these, whether you like it or not, you have these. Now, when you spend money on sports cards, you have two choices when it comes to these abstract financial statements. You have to make a journal entry into your financial statements. That means you make debits and you make credits. When you spend money or incur debt, you are crediting an account. You have to have a debit, and debits can go to one of two places: an asset or an expense. So when you deploy money, you spend money, your wallet or your bank account or your whatever is being credited by the amount you're spending, and your debit can go to two places: either an asset on your balance sheet, which goes towards your net worth, or an expense on your income statement, which reduces your net worth because it's gone. Once it hits that, it's gone. So I choose, when I buy sports cards, to put them on my balance sheet. Josh Adams puts them on his income statement. That's a choice. You have the choice to do that. But to me, when I buy sports cards, they go on my balance sheet, because I know that in the future, unless we go to martial law, I'm going to get money for them. Whether I get more money, exact money, or less money, I'm going to get money for them. And it's not until that point that the original amount I spent moves out of that asset and onto my income statement as cost of goods sold. And if you're an accountant, you've ever taken an accounting course, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Again, two choices. And this is really the way that we can look at this difference in hobby approach, in mindset of the hobby. If you are someone who looks at, who considers sports cards to have future value, call it an investment, but just simplify it. Having future value, they go on your balance sheet. Abstract, or like me, actual, or they go on your income statement as an expense and you never think about it again. However, when you sell that card down the road, now all of a sudden, you're going to have to recapture that cost that you had, or you're going to bring it all into income. So you're now going to have to pay taxes on the full amount that you collect. For me, I get to deduct the cost of goods sold because I never expensed it in the first instance at the time of purchase. So David, you're following. I can tell. I'm sure you guys, you're both educated. I'm sure you guys are following. I don't know about everyone in the chat. Many of them are following. But again, it comes down to where are you putting the debit when you buy a card? Are you putting it on your balance sheet or your income statement? And that's a question you can ask anybody. What do you debit? I'll put that on shirt. What do you debit? Because the answer to that question tells you a lot about somebody's mindset and how they collect. I think that made sense. Great. Does anybody have any issues with anything I said or feedback on it on the panel? Josh, please.
listening to you, two things. I realized why I'm I was an English major, and then two, I don't keep track of any of this stuff. I'm completely irresponsible. It turns out, like I buy a card, and I put it like I have it. I don't remember what I paid for it.
That's going to hurt you at tax time when you ultimately dispose. That is going to hurt you at tax time, but that's okay. That's
Let's
okay.
not talk about taxes on a live YouTube recorded video, but okay. I know what you're saying now.
All right. Anyone else? Chris, you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I do. Jeremy, I admire, I know that almost that entire motivation behind that speech was because you can't sit with logical inconsistencies. And because you are dead set on making sure the right answer, given the context of the discussion, was known. And I just love that. I admire that. I have a little bit of that in myself where, like, I need to work through the logic of the situation earnestly and take everything at its face value and process it. And that's where my comment is going to build off of, which is that we just sort of like sketched your motive for why you just made that case. And it's because it's a logical case that resolves some tensions in the discussion. But anytime somebody chimes into a discussion, there's usually a motive. There's usually something pushing us to chime in. And especially when the things that we're chiming in on are, sort of like commenting on how other people are doing things. And I think that one of the motives for sort of like preserving this as a hobby is that people just genuinely want to own cards, and they are worried about sort of this domino effect where if a lot of market participants, or even just one or two that are bidding against me, adopt a financial mindset, I find myself having to pay more and more for cards and having to engage in more and more difficult bidding wars over cards, not because I'm going up against somebody who wants to own this card and collect it, but because I'm going up against somebody who wants to then sell it to me for even more next week. And so I think that there's like a real, a justified concern, not that there's anything illogical about the way that we can certainly flesh out a case for the financial upside of cards, but because that logic we can extrapolate from and then have in-person experiences with battling people who are using that logic to actually increase the cost of our hobby, to make it more difficult for us to own as many of the cards as we'd like to be able to acquire. And that is a source of great frustration especially for the purist. So I'm not saying that contradicts anything you said. It doesn't. But I think that's a layer of understanding of where the frustration that gets vocalized against a logic of investments can enter this discussion, and it can make sense even though it doesn't contradict any of the logic that you just laid out.
I think you nailed it. I think you're exactly right that is probably where the tension comes from. And you know what? The only this isn't even a rebuttal. It's just building on the discussion, because this is not what you said makes complete sense. And I love that there's that purity in the hobby. Then I go back to that logical part of my brain, Chris, that you identified at the beginning there. And I think about, where are we in the world right now? Where are we in the history of sports cards? And we're past the pure hobby. It's no longer just a pure hobby. You can make it a pure hobby if you want, but if you want to own certain cards, and you're deploying significant money from your paycheck towards them, you got to think about getting out at some point. And if you don't, that's fine. I think you're irresponsible if you don't, but that's fine. Again, I don't even want to, let me rephrase. I would think I was irresponsible if I did it that way, because I don't really care how you guys do it. I just want you to have, by you guys, I mean everybody else. Like, it's not my business how you guys think about it. I'm curious and I'm interested in it, and I don't always think that would work for me, but some people I do, some people I don't. But I think about, where is the hobby at right now? The hobby it's an industry. It just is. When cards come out of the pack and they're $1 million, come on. I mean, we're not just at a place where, and not all of them are $1 million, of course, but even to buy a pack or a box now, like you have to, at the same time as having these purist type feelings, you also have to be a realist, or you don't have to. I choose to be a realist. I choose to look at the way the landscape is and the way the world is in front of me right now. And, I've always been somebody that, like, I can't change the weather. I can't change the political party in power. I can't change what's going on in the macro economy. I can't change what's going on in the Strait of Hormuz. I can't change what's going on the streets of Los Angeles. I can't change anything, right? All I can do is worry about myself and make decisions that I think are best for me, that make me happy and are good for my family long term. That's all I can do. So with all that said, I do consider the reality of the situation and I adapt to that reality. I think a lot of people, like there's a lot of, like Foul Ball here says, my hobby doesn't go onto any sheet. Well, it does. You just don't understand that, Foul Ball, but it actually does go on a sheet. It's an abstract sheet. That's why I used the word abstract earlier. Every time you take money out of your pocket, you are making a journal entry into the financial statements of your life. They exist just like the universe is built on math. No, it isn't. I don't see numbers out there. Well, trust me, it's built on math. The math underlies everything. By all, like it's there. So you don't have to focus on it. You don't even have to care about it. But if you don't acknowledge it, that's where I have a disconnect with somebody else. And in that case, I don't want disconnects. So what do I want to do? How do I strive to live? Instead, I look at what we have in common and I try to build off of that in relationships. We don't have to cheer on the same sports teams, even be the fans of the same sports, never mind politics, religion, and sexual orientation and all those other things. We don't have to live the same way in any of those in any of those areas, but we likely have something in common. And when it comes to relationships and interactions, even here with people in the chat, hopefully we can find something that we have in common and build a relationship based on that. Or you can just put comments in the chat that I'm really going to be snickering at and shaking my head at in my own mind, but I don't want to insult anybody. Sometimes I do, but so, yeah, I mean, listen, it's, that's the way I look at it. And the other thing is, like, I'm just one person and I've got my way and everyone, we got a great audience and a great community and a great chat here and great panelists and all that. The goal is not to all be the same. The goal is to have an understanding for each other and to just be, and just, that's it. Accept people for how they hobby, as long as you are not hurting anybody, as long as you're not ripping anybody off and being deceptive and all those things. If you're not committing fraud and doing all those things, you're more than welcome to be in this community, regardless of whether or not we collect the same or live any parts of our life same or different. Yeah. Okay. Anyone? Okay. I haven't been following comments lately, but there's lots there. If any of you guys have anything to say on anything, just put your hand up and let me know. Otherwise, I will run through some comments and we can move towards wrapping up, I suppose. Couple here. KK says, I see cards as investments, but I think Josh this is from 15 minutes ago, might be implying that it is at odds with your otherwise risk-averse profile. Well, I mean, that's fine. You can imply what you want, but I know myself. So that's just not accurate. Nick Martelli says there's always levels to hobbies. Safe to say it's a matter of both for Jay Lee, while also leveraging them to find a way to beat stocks and create different avenues of capital while still having fun. I mean, to me, it's not a hobby. It is a lifestyle. It's more than a hobby for me. The sports cards is way more than a hobby for me. It's almost everything for me. Greg says, Jeremy, that accounting analogy explanation is the best example I've ever heard about the discrepancy of how people see their collection. Thank you. I was happy with that as well. Foul Ball says, this is a hobby, not an income or investment asset. Again, and then he says, a hobby is for enjoyment, not I think Foul Ball, the disconnect we're having is that you are projecting your, let me rephrase, the way you are typing off your thoughts. To me, I am interpreting them as that you are telling people what the hobby is versus just saying, this is how I do it. You cannot project your approach to everybody. People just aren't the same. If you do, you're just wrong, bro. I don't know how else to say it. You're just wrong if you're telling everyone else that that's how they should do it. I'm certainly not doing that. You don't have to look at it that way. What I am telling you is that every time you buy a chocolate bar, there is a journal entry on your abstract financial statement that is taking place. You don't have to accept that, but trust me, it's happening. It's happening. Vintage Oddball says, just me, but I've never bought a card as an investment. It's a freaking hobby. I mean, that's great. That's great. That's great. I mean, Card Fuchsia says, I own a car. It's not an investment. Still want to maximize sale price when time comes. No, going into buying a car that you're going to lose money unless you're buying a truly collectible car. Oh, isn't that interesting? Collectible. Huh. Alex says, I collect the cards I like. I believe my cards will appreciate in value. But if my cards break even or lose a little, I'm still happy because I love the cards. Yeah, that's a different level. I think that, and I love that thought, which is you can look at a card as a vehicle towards making like a capital gain, making a profit on it upon sale. That's one outlook or one motivation. Another one is, I just don't want to lose money. I'm happy to spend $100 on this. I just don't want to sell it for less than 100 when it comes time to sell it, in which case we're talking about more like a store of value. But even in that case, the comment still tells me that if you don't, there's still the essence of investment in there. There's still the essence is still in there. Travis Mater agrees with me. Thank you, Travis. I'm glad we're on the same page. What else we got here? Oh, I'm not. Oh no, there's tons of comments. Oh my God. Ay.
Jeremy, can I jump in for a second here in this little break?
Please do, Chris. Yeah.
Yeah, Jeremy, I thought you gave the exact right reply to, like, there's the right, like, structurally, the right reply to the purist or the aspirationalist, the optimist, the idealist is to say, yes, you've described an ideal. However, we don't get to live in an ideal world. We live in a world that is constrained by a variety of things. And I think you used the word a realist. Like, you said something along the lines of, I prefer to be a realist about these things. And once I've accepted that this is the reality, that there is a financial component to this, that there is a market component to this, that collectibles are going to tend to increase in value, and that if more people become magnetized to the space and join it, that the simple demand pressure is going to drive up prices. Understanding that dynamic just changes the way I do things. If I want to, and if I can extrapolate a little further from what you were saying, if I can still opt out of the financial game to a large degree, because there's still 1 million cards right now that cost $1, and there's 1,000 sets waiting to be built that aren't the targets most likely of a financial component, and that are something that can be enjoyed on the side. And so I think that, like, the answer that you countered with is the right answer. The counter to idealism is realism. And then I think we all kind of land somewhere in between those two things. Like, we have the way that we want it to work, but then we know that there are some limits and constraints, and then we kind of pick where we want to operate. Do we want to, like, completely opt out of this game, or do we want to completely play the game, or do we have fun somewhere in the middle? And there's the spectrum. There is the collector investor spectrum in a nutshell.
Absolutely. David?
When you were just saying spectrum, that's exactly what was on my mind, Chris. I was just thinking of, this is the greatest commercial for the hobby spectrum, because the purists are the ones that probably get the most frustrated when we talk about investing, right? But at the same time, it is a hobby spectrum. The tycoon is still part of the hobby, right? So there are many different angles of this. And I know that when you're on one side that's not in the middle, you're going to get more frustrated when you hear talk about the other side, as opposed to somebody being a hybrid who kind of understands both sides. So I just think that it's very interesting. And the cool thing about the hobby spectrum, if it really bugs you, you can look and see your fellow purists and take a look and become friends with those people within the hobby spectrum. If that is really like who you want to bond with and not ever talk about pricing, it's kind of cool that we have now that website to kind of play around, talking about these kind of things.
For sure. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I appreciate both the comments from both of you guys there. And there's lots more of comments coming in the chat that I'm noting a few of them. I do want to get to them. And I'll talk about, and we'll get, I'm still skimming as I'm talking. Josh, do you have anything to say? Can you talk about, talk about Frank Thomas for a minute while I go through the rest of the comments and star them so that I can address them?
Well, I missed out on a Frank Thomas card tonight because I was talking about whether this is an investment or a hobby. So I think that's probably a symbol of something greater. But no, Chris had a good point. It's, it is frustrating when you have to pay. I have to pay more for cards, and I know I'm going against the guy who's going to be at a show next week in his little Zion case, hopping around, selling it to me for 30% more than he bought it less than 7 days. And like that does frustrate me, and it does. I do get tired of talking about pricing and what's this value and what's this investment. Yeah, I don't want to talk about the cards. I really don't. I buy a card, I like it, and then honestly, I put it away, and I don't look at the price anymore. Like, oh, your card's for sale. I'm like, well, it's not for sale because it's in my box in my house. So
you know what? Interestingly, I don't either. I buy a card. I don't look at the price. Josh, why do you give me that look? Are you living in my head that you know that I look at prices after I buy a card?
I'm asking you if you're being honest with yourself. Do you never look at a Joe Jackson sale ever?
Never. I don't even know. No, I don't.
All right.
Well, unless it's put in front of me, I don't go searching it unless I see an Instagram post or something. Then I see it. But or one of my friends sends me a text message say, "Hey, did you see this sale?" Like, no, I didn't. I don't. I never go to auction houses and look at completed prices. Like unless it's a card I missed out on that I want to bid on.
Right.
I do it on Fanatics at the end of the show. Me and Adam, we go through. I do it for the shows that I do, but I never do. I never go look at what my cards are worth after the fact. I did it when I was doing my Joe Jackson maneuver. I had to see what they were, but no, I don't. Okay. Comments from the chat here. Let's see. Foulball says cards are my entertainment, not a job. See, I'm lucky. It's my job and my entertainment. Like I don't work. I work all the time. I'm retired. I had a 25-year professional career. I retired from that career, and now I do cards. I do hobby industry stuff full time. I work more than I ever worked in my other career. Well, except when I was like articling, and I don't feel like I'm working. So I don't know. I really I'm living the dream. As far as I know, I am living the true dream. Mark says, Jeremy, we can say the same thing about each and every expenditure we have in life. Yes, exactly my point. Every time you move money, you have a journal entry going into your general ledger, which ends up hitting your financial statements. Jim says, can it be a hobby if you believe it's an industry, or do you have to dismiss the industry portion to keep it a hobby? It's a good question from Jim. It comes down to your mindset. It just comes down to your mindset. You can look at it however you want. If you're able to exclude the industry drama and happenings, then you can. If you're on social media, you really can't. Mostly you can't. Charles says, I don't like when industry people try to convince me or others that they're in a hobby. Yeah, I get that. I think I call BS on that a lot of the time too, because it is an industry. It is an industry. Show me Mad Men, says Jeremy. Get off my hypothetical ledger. Mark says, again, just think about it as every expenditure you have in life is basically what he's saying. Well, it's exactly what I'm saying. Yep. Frank Meal says, to be honest, the place where I got lost is that I have approached it as a hobby, as investments, and as a hybrid of both. I feel like I would have been much better served if I spent half as much. Thanks for the comment, Frank. I think need more context to get more into it, but appreciate it. Yankees fan says, I love this show. Thank you, Yankees fan. Collector Charles says, it's not a hobby if you're making money crowd is malarkey. The two things can be true. It's just a matter of what's the priority. Is the card or the money? Sorry, is it the card or the money the card can make? Yeah, it's a great point. I'd way rather have cards than money. So I don't know what that says, but I like cards way more than money. Charles goes on to say, I got precisionist in my hobby spectrum assessment, and I'm quite proud of that. It means I haven't deviated from my intended reason for collecting. Yeah, I think that's a great, that's why I'm a precisionist also on the hobby spectrum. And I think it describes me exactly. I do have my toes dipped in operator, builder, hybrid, nostalgic. Not as much purist, I don't think. Like, I'm not a purist. I don't think I'm much. There are cards I own where I have a purist approach to them, but that's small. So Filippelli says, hello, Jeremy Lee, David Chase, and Chris Hoge, and Joshua Adams. Well, hello to you, Mr. Filippelli. Thanks for joining us. Situational is Jay Lee. You said mark to market every 39 days. No situational. I've noticed some of your comments are just like misperceptions tonight. This is one of them. You're hearing what I think you want to hear. No, what I said was I mark to market my investments every month, not my cards, my investments. So do I consider cards investments? Yes, but I don't mark those to market ever. And you know what? Would I? I don't know, but I've got like 2,000 cards that are like, noteworthy. There's no way I could do that every month. So no, I certainly don't. So he said, so I don't know if you're a situation. I don't know if you're trying to put me in like a gotcha moment right now, because that's what it feels like and what your comments tonight have felt like. But no, I don't treat my cards the way I treat my traditional investments. So you can take that for what it's worth, and just knock off the gotcha moments, please. Filippelli says, I love my cards. I went today to a local card show and got to meet Greg Miller from Midlife Sports Card. Well, aren't you a lucky guy, Filippelli? I wish I got to see Greg Miller today too. Chris Hayes, I appreciate Jeremy admitting how much his livelihood is banked on cards. I do have the ability to go make a very good living elsewhere. Let me put it to you that way. I could stop all this right now and go make a very good living without batting an eye. So my life is not banked on cards, but I'm in a position where I can do this. And cards help me pay off my house, along with paying a mortgage for, I don't know how many years I had a mortgage, 10. And so I'm not, my life is not banked on sports cards. I can definitely tell you that much. So it's interesting how much people misunderstand you, when you're putting yourself out there and talking to an audience. And it's really interesting. I'm learning a lot tonight from a couple of commenters here about a few things, about just how, that's why you got to talk a lot, because you need to explain more. But the thing is, not everybody. There's just a couple who they just don't process. They don't understand. Either they don't want to understand it, or they're looking to I got him. I got Jeremy Lee. Look at me. I got him in his chat. It's like, and I see that when I watch other people's content too. Everyone's got the people who like to get the gotcha sort of thing. But at the end of the day, it's situations is just trying to understand. Well, then think about how you're wording your comments, please, because the way you've been doing it tonight, that I've been seeing situational, has not been someone who's trying to understand. It's being someone who thinks they understand and is, coming out with a gotcha attitude. So, well, and then you say, did not know any of this, so just learning about different perspectives and trying to understand. Okay, well, I guess the way you try to understand doesn't mix well with me. So I guess that's just where we're at right now tonight. Phoenix says, I buy a lot and assume they probably are going to zero at some point, but I hope not to sell, so not my problem. Yeah, I mean, hey, if you can be there in life, that's great. Like these guys buying 5-figure cards left, right, and center. They don't need the money. They're collecting. It's a hobby for them. It's interesting too. Hey guys, like one person buying a card for $20,000, it can be, they can have to go 10, let's use 10,000, let's use 9,900 just to be specific. One person spending $9,900 on a card, it could be risking a marriage. It could be taking out borrowing against their house. And it could be the biggest card they'll ever buy in their life. Other people buying a card for 10 grand. I mean, they could do that 5 times a day for every day for the next 5 years, and it wouldn't impact their ability to live a wonderful life. So it's pretty interesting, you know. It's pretty interesting that way. So yeah, it's okay. Don't be sorry for me, situational, that I feel that way. That's just how I've perceived your comments, and I hope I'm wrong. I hope I'm misperceiving them tonight, because it's never really been like that before with you. But tonight, that's just what I've sensed. So, hey, but you know, oftentimes if I see you at the National, let's have a chat at the National if you're going to be there, or any card show, because that's a great way to work these things out in person. Right now, I'm just seeing words on a screen, but I can talk a lot faster than you can type, and that puts us at in a different position, right? So sometimes it just comes down to having a real conversation instead of really a one-way conversation. Charles says sometimes discourse is better than a gotcha moment. A civil discussion is lost on a lot of subjects nowadays. Absolutely true. Chaser hasn't spoken an hour. To the people keeping track, I appreciate that. Fresh Prince, did Chris win his card? Yeah, what happened, Chris? What happened?
Yeah, I won a card mid-show, but that's all I'm going to say. And wait for the reveal at some future time. And I can't wait to tell the story, but it's not, now is not the time.
Chris wants to tell the story, and he will. Make sure you're subscribed to the Hojcast here on YouTube and podcast to get that.
Yeah, somebody in the chat said I like to listen to myself talk, buddy. You got no idea. Tune into my podcast. This is hard for me. This is limiting myself greatly.
Map 35 says, if I had unlimited money, I would not be able to buy all the cards in the world, but I guarantee a lot of hobby purists would sell out. If you had all, you'd buy all their cards. I think some people would hold out and not sell their cards. Like they're like I think some people would, but hey, who was it? Was it Greg said on a show I was watching that every card has a price? And I think, you know, listen, I am not a purist. I can admit that. Why? Because people often ask, what's the last card you'd sell? There isn't. It's like, if I had to own one card, I don't want it. I'm done. I'm out of the hobby, and I'm not looking back, because I'd be grieving for too long my loss of the hobby if I were to have to sell everything but one card. But I think there's truth for me that every card does probably have a price. I mean, not that anyone's going to pay it, but like there are what I call the not for sale price, and I will put a not for sale price on any card in my collection. For example, my 1914 Cracker Jack Joe Jackson. What is my not for sale price on that? I think I would sell that for $1.5 million right now, US. If anybody wants to buy that card for $1.5 million US, I will sell it. And I probably think in 20 years, I'll regret that sale. I think in 20 years, I could probably get more for it. So but just so you know, $1.5 million. Like, I'm just trying to make the point that I like cards more than I like money. But there is a point where I think that does change. I think that does turn over at a certain point and go the other way, where what I could do with $1.5 million to sell that card. Any of you, what about you guys? Where do you fall there, David?
I actually want to ask Josh a question with exactly what you're saying right there. Josh, what would you sell your Frank Thomas collection for?
I've never thought of it, so I don't know. I never thought of it. I mean, I buy it to keep it, but
$10 million.
There could be a price.
$10 million sold.
Sold.
Okay, so there could be a price.
There could be a price.
Everyone's got a price, but I mean that's I think You're making an absurd number to highlight the
Yes,
right.
exactly what I'm doing. It's exactly what I'm doing. Exactly, because it's true. It can be true that I like cards more than money, but yet I will sell every card in my collection if the right money comes along. You know, if the right offer from some billionaire comes along. I'm talking a billionaire. If there's a billionaire right now and you want to come buy my collection, I mean,
depends who.
It depends who.
Kevin O'Leary isn't buying your stuff, is it, Josh? Is he, Josh?
Here, to Jim, I love this comment. He says, if you're in these discussions to project your perspective versus seeking information, then you're doing it wrong. This is a great forum for gathering varied info and learn or clarify. Jim, like, I love this comment because on any of these topics we talk about, like, I just want to get to the logic and the truth behind things. I'm not, like, I've said this so many times. And maybe I really strive to live this way, which is to just seek truth and not be so, I don't know if the word is narcissistic or narrow-minded to think that my way is the right way, you know, because as human beings, we are the sum of our experiences and what we've seen, what we've consumed in every way, visually, auditorily. That's all we are. What the information that has come into our brain, what we've, the path we've walked, that is who we are as people. And none of us know everything. There's just no way. So I just want to find and search for the most realistic way of looking at any of these topics we talk about. Do I have bias? Of course I do. 100% I do. Everybody on the screen has bias. Everybody in the chat has bias. Everybody in this hobby and or industry has bias. You can't escape it. It's impossible. It's humanly impossible to escape bias. It just is. Even the least biased people have bias, and their bias might be that they're non-biased. That right there is a bias. So you can't. So what I'm getting at, to Jim's comment here, if you're just here to tell people what the hobby is and whether or not cards can be investments and whether or not it's a hobby for you or not, you're not in my mind. You don't know my mindset perfectly. You know mine better than you know a lot of other people's, because I talk a lot here on this channel, and other content creators, the same thing goes. Chris Hoge, a great example on his podcast. David Chase being everywhere on YouTube nowadays, being on many shows. Anyway, you get my point. But that's why this is such a great point, because you are doing it wrong if you're just here to tell people the way it is, because you don't know the way it is. You know the way it is for you. And even then you might not know exactly the way it is, because you are driven and steered by bias that you might not be willing to accept you have. So accept you have bias. Don't come here to just project your hobby upon other people. Come here to have deep discussions, open your mind. And if a theory comes along that makes more sense than the one you currently employ, trade it in. That's what I do. I know I see the world the way I see it because of the footsteps I've taken. But if you present me with something that I wasn't able to think about before, and it makes more sense to me in my most open-minded state, I'm going to trade away my previous theory on the way it works and trade it for yours. You've influenced me in that case. Yeah. Greg, there's a handsome midlife in age guy that also loves to talk. That's why, I gravitate to those. I gravitate to the sports card content that is developing thought, developing theory, developing ideas, talking things through. That's why I love listening to Chris Hoge's podcast. That's why I love listening to Midlife. That's why I love listening to Iowa Dave. That's why I love, whenever he comes back with whatever the shallow end will turn into, something down the road. Brett McGrath. Brett McGrath is, it's all this kind of stuff. It's all about it's educational and it's growth. It's educational, it's growth. And I try to do that here too. So, and yeah, sometimes, when you just continually read comments that are like, not sitting well. And even for situational adventures, like, I want to meet you now. I want to work this out because I probably got a little carried away. I can admit that. I probably got a little bit carried away with situational tonight. It happens to me. If you come around here long enough, you know it happens to me sometimes. It happens. And I apologize. I apologize if I was out of line. Sincerely, because all I can do is read words on the screen and I don't know exactly what's going through somebody else's mind. So there we go. Travis says, Jay Lee, the show has so much to offer. You do such a great job. Thank you, Travis. Terry Brown. And now I'm reading comments without screening them. Terry Brown says, I'm probably behind, but it should not be surprising that people get upset and dispute cards or investments. Just look at how much hate Jeff Wilson gets. Fair comment. Rock Latex said, Josh, that's a tremendous Frank Thomas collection. Truly impressive. I'd like to buy it from you. Let's make a deal. Skeppy says, Spinatron said on his show he wouldn't take $1 billion for one of his coffin cards. $1 billion, really? I mean, listen, here's the thing, Skeppy. We don't know how much money Spinatron has, but if I have $2 billion in the bank, I'm probably not taking $1 billion for my collection either. I'm probably not, but I don't have $1 billion, so I will. By the way, my collection is for sale for $1 billion if anybody wants it. Not to toot my own horn, says Map35, but Card Ladder values my Michael Jordan collection at $200K. I would sell for $400 and start over. That's going to be fun starting over. Absolutely. Some more comments here, guys. Midlife says, simply said, there's no place for dogma in the hobby or world. Agree. The more you know, says Fresh Prince. What up, Steve? Charles says, I yearn to be around like-minded individuals that want to have hobby talk and not rage bait and try to call people out. This is a great place for learning about this crazy world of sports. I thank you, Collector Charles, for that comment, because that's what I have tried to cultivate here for over 6 years now. And I'm just glad that somebody, and I know you're not alone, recognizes it and is feeling benefit from it. Like that's what I want to be doing here. Mark says, man, I agree, but it seems like it's getting increasingly harder to find the time. Don't know what that's about. Sorry, just because that was from, it's only 3 minutes ago. Chris Hayes says, is flexing your perspective. It's flexing your, don't understand what that's about. Situational says, we brushed shoulders at the West Coast Card Show as I met Greg. Who doesn't want to meet Greg? Jeremy from California says, I want to go to Chase's barber, man. Hollywood #1 regular Oriole. I got to tell you, I saw a video today. I saw a video that was texted to me on my phone by one David Chase. And I want to tell you that his son has a helmet that everyone on this screen is very envious of. Your kid has some great flow, David Chase. Let me tell you that, okay?
Thank you, Jeremy.
Jesse says, my Saturday nights used to be boring. Now they're existential. Love it. Love it. Jim Define says, Josh is great. Keep it simple. Listen, you can tell that me and Josh don't agree on many things, but I love Josh like a brother. Literally, Josh is like a brother to me. And because of that, when I even like turn up the volume a bit when I'm talking to Josh, it's because we've had the conversation. He can handle it. I can handle it. And it's part of the show. It's part of expressing our thoughts on things. It's all good. Mark says there are so many broadcasts from so many people like yourself right now. I guess I don't know what that's about, Mark. I don't know what you're talking about, because I would actually argue that there's no broadcast from anybody like myself. If you're talking about me anyway, there's none like this, actually. Yes, Josh.
I say there's only one Jeremy Lee, so there can't be anyone like you. So,
well, there isn't. There isn't anything else like this. There are. Sorry, go ahead.
You're a true one of one, to borrow our friends' collecting habits here. So, shout out Chris Hoge.
Oh, there are lots of great content creators in our space, lots of them, and we're all different. Every one of us is different. Why? Because we're all different people. That's it. We're not clones of each other. We're all different. Now, it's not that everybody is great, or even if we're talking about some of the same things, it's all different, guys. And that's why we can pick and choose. Just like you curate your collection. I think I heard Chris Hoge say this years ago for the first time, and I've probably quoted this 100 times since then. Attribution to him. But we can curate just like we curate our collection, curate the content that you consume. Chris, was that you that said that years and years ago? I think it was.
Probably wasn't the first person to say it, but I definitely did say it at one time. Still believe it to this day. You can curate your life feed, not just your social media feed.
Mark says now, finding the time. Come on, keep up. Mark, I'm sorry, bro. Like, there's so much going on here. I cannot. It's so hard to keep up with what everyone is talking about with all the different comments going. I don't know half the time if you're talking to me, to someone else on the panel, you're talking to someone else in the chat. This goes for everybody. I try, but so I guess we're talking about something that you didn't even bring up. Jim says, Jeremy, it's not narcissistic, it's stoic. To focus on what's real and to protect your peace. We are simpatico. Thank you for helping me find the right word, Jim. I appreciate that. Charles says, content creation is hard in the sports card world. It's tough finding a balance between reporting news, going on and trying not to get angry about said news and crash out. But most content is niche too. Yeah, I think that makes sense to me. Steel Kuda says, glad I stayed on to the end. Great conversation. I'm surprised. Are you really still here? Have you been here the whole time, Scott? Because if you are, I'm grateful for that. And I'd love to debrief this with you one day this week if we have time or later. Skeppy says the show last week and this week have been different. Half the show, Jay Lee was on fire. So you're saying I'm not always on fire, Skeppy, huh? Love this chat. Say, hey, Carl from Oz. What's going on, buddy? What's going on? You feel me, Mark? I appreciate that. All right, guys, listen, we're just like last week. We're 4 hours in. This is meant to be a 3-hour show. I should be done my walk by now, but now I'm going to be walking my neighborhood up till 1:30 in the morning. Thank you, Michael Rader. Always appreciate it. Phoenix sports fan. I just said I'd never sell, but for $1 billion, I'll deliver in person and throw in my car. Yeah, I would say, I mean, I'm kidding. I'll throw my wife, you know. I'm just kidding. Filippelli says, thank you, Greg Miller. It made my day and weekend to meet you and your dad at a card show. That's so nice. Charles says, Hoj needs to give us a teaser about this new card. All right, guys, slow down the comments for a moment, please, because we can go for another hour here, but Hoj has work to do. Josh has to pick up bagels. David Chase has to get up in the morning. Guys, do you want to finish this off or what? Thank you, Greg. Oh, you're not talking about me. The other. See, there's more Jeremys than we have Chris's here tonight. 2 a.m. on the East Coast for Steel Kuda. By the way, Steel Kuda, if you weren't here earlier, is Chris Locke's father, who was our featured guest tonight. And Scott, I texted Scott while he was on. I said, kid's killing it. He really did. He's a great guy. I'm so glad I got the opportunity to get to know him better tonight. Talking about our featured guest, Chris. I mean, I didn't know anything about this guy, about Chris. Really, I just knew what his dad had told me. But Chris was awesome, and he's hope. He's hope for the future. Hobby's in good hands with guys like that. It's a 3-hour tour, says Mark. Good night, Yankees fan. Is this Gilligan's Island? Appreciate it, Travis. Happy Sunday to you, Situational Rock Latex. I do live in a safe neighborhood. You rock as well, Greg. Thank you for being here tonight and joining us. And guys, make sure you're subscribed to Midlife Cards, Sports Card Clubhouse, of course. Thank you, Fresh Prince. Mark wants a bagel. Good night, Michael Rader. Charles says, Chris is very wise for his age and will do well in this hobby. He's talking about Chris Locke. You should be proud of him. Scott, I could see that you're proud of him from our conversations. You always speak so highly of him. I had nothing to base it on. Okay, great. But now I get it. You should be you must be a great dad. You must be, and your wife, you must be great parents because he's exceptional. Thank you, Brian. Appreciate that. Mark. Precisionist, selective, and intentional, says Martelli. Thank you, Foul Ball. Appreciate it. Oh, I always appreciate Foul Ball because it's good content, right? We're having good conversation. So, all right, that's it, guys. We're done. No more comments. I appreciate them, but please stop. We want to end the show. Guys, it's been great. No, David Cooey, it's on the way. I'll be picking it up at the National, actually, but thank you for asking. Foul Ball, still no identity in cards. Oh, Foul Ball, we developed your identity even more here tonight than you know. You certainly do have an identity. On that note, sports cards are a lifestyle. All right, guys, that's it. I'm wrapping it up here on June the 7th, 2026. This episode of Sports Cards Live is now over. And with that, good night, everybody.
Thanks for tuning in and being a part of the Sports Cards Live community. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and most of all, keep collecting. More great content to come. Sports Cards is a lifestyle.